Where the wind once carried rain, it now carried ash. It scraped across the flats like a rasp, tugging at the folds of Elijah Mandrake's coat as he rode alone through the wastes. Each gust stirred the powdery surface of the land, lifting fine gray dust into the air where it clung to his skin. It worked its way into his teeth, his eyes, his lungs. You didn't breathe easy in the broken world. You breathed what was left. The town of Grey Ditch appeared on the horizon like a mirage, except there were no illusions left in men like Elijah. It was real, and it was dying. The way all towns were these days. Some slower than others. The town was a collapsed collection of splinters and smoke, warped signs and crooked crosses. Buildings that leaned into one another like old men with bad backs. A windmill creaked in the distance, its vanes missing teeth, and turning slow and irregular like the tick of a broken watch. Overhead, the sky was wide and empty. A colorless expanse stretched taut above the earth like God had wiped his brush across the heavens and called it done. Elijah adjusted the brim of his hat. The leather was cracked. Everything he owned was cracked. His horse, Luther, plodded forward with the unhurried patience of something that had learned not to expect much from life. Elijah didn't blame him. You didn't get to be a creature of this world without learning how to drag yourself across it with the kind of resignation that bordered on reverence. A wooden sign welcomed them into town. The paint was gone, but Elijah had passed through Grey Ditch once before long ago, when his hair was darker and his belief in silence was less absolute. He remembered the old town's slogan, Hope's Last Shop. A joke now, if it hadn't been one back then. And people watched him as he rode in. Not many. Just enough to know the town still drew breath. A woman sleeping on her porch with more motion than purpose paused to track his approach. 2 children leaned against a broken cart axle, chewing dried roots and whispering. One of them had a slingshot, but made no move to raise it. Their eyes were old. Eyes that had already seen too much and still expected worse. Elijah said nothing as he passed. Just outside the main street, he saw it. A wooden cross staked into the red soil at a crooked angle. Something had been nailed to it. A crow. Dried. Black, wings outstretched as if crucified. Its feathers were burned at the edges and one eye was missing, leaving a hollow socket staring up toward heaven. Elijah pulled the reins gently. Luther stopped without a word. He studied the crow for a long moment. Signs. They came in all kinds. He'd seen them in rot, in blood, in broken mirrors and backward songs. God didn't speak clean anymore. Not since the world fell out of favor. Not since the sundering. Now the word came laced in disease and death, wrapped in riddles if it came at all. He didn't like it, but he didn't question it. Not subtle, Elijah muttered under his breath. The wind didn't answer. He nudged Luther forward and a cross fell behind them. The town proper was a single street, flanked by what had once been stores, now just fronts for whatever kept people clinging to their last scraps of community. A feed shop with no feed, a butcher's stall with no meat, a post office used only to store the dead until someone had time to bury them. And at the end of the road, like every town still pretending it had a heartbeat, a saloon. The Pale Mare. Elijah dismounted slowly, joints cracking as he did. He took the time to check the revolver at his hip. Not out of paranoia, just habit. In this world, habit was often the only line between survival and the hole they'd throw you in until after sundown. He tied Luther to the rail and stepped up onto the warped boards of the porch. The swinging doors hung lopsided, one lower than the other. As he pushed them open, they gave a soft groan, like they were warning the room before he even stepped inside. The air changed the moment he entered, thicker and mustier. It smelled of old sweat, bad whiskey, and the slow decay of men who didn't dare dream anymore. Inside were half a dozen patrons, spread thin across broken stools and uneven tables. No music. Just laughter. Just the steady clink of glass and the occasional grunt of someone losing at cards. A mural covered the back wall behind the bar, or what was left of it. Once it had been a depiction of the Last Supper. Now, the faces of the apostles had been scratched out, gouged with knife and nail. Only Christ remained, his eyes watching from above the rows of liquor bottles like he was waiting for someone to ask him a question. No one ever did. Elijah made his way to the bar and sat down on the end. He didn't take his hat off. Not here. The bartender was a big man with forearms like a railroad ties and a scar down his cheek that looked like it had been given by something with teeth. He didn't ask for Elijah's name. Didn't need to. "Long ride?" the man asked, grabbing a bottle without looking. "Always is," Elijah said. The bartender poured 2 fingers into a cloudy glass and slid it across the wood. "Ain't seen one like you in a while." Elijah stared at him. "One like what?" The man shrugged. One that don't smell like piss or desperation. Or both. You got that. Look." Elijah didn't answer. He took the glass, sipped once, and let it burn down. He waited for the next sign. The glass had clinked softly as Elijah set it back down. Whatever the liquid was, it hadn't been whiskey in a long time. Not by pre-sundering standards, but it burned well enough. He preferred the burn. It meant he was still here. The bartender watched him for a moment before speaking again, wiping down the counter with a rag that only spread the stains around. "You passing through or you staying a while?" "Depends," Elijah said. "On?" "Whether God wants something killed here." The bartender didn't blink, but his hand stopped moving. That's how it usually went. You tell a man you're here for trouble, and he tries to decide if you mean his kind of trouble or something worse. Elijah could see it in his face, the slow, practiced stillness of a man who'd seen both. And finally, the man grunted and picked up another glass. "God don't come around here much." "He doesn't have to," Elijah said. "Just sends me." They sat in silence again. The saloon didn't buzz so much as hum. Low voices, a loose card hitting wood, the creak of chairs worn to the bone. Somewhere near the back, someone laughed too loud and too short. It sounded like a bark. Elijah didn't turn. He rarely did. "Name's Graham," the bartender said after a while. "Used to run cattle out near the Red Salt Flats, before the herds got eaten up." "Elijah," Graham snorted. "Fitting. Not my choice." Graham leaned forward, lowering his voice. "You serious, huh? You really believe God's got you going down to town, picking off the bad things?" "I don't believe anything," Elijah said, taking another drink. "I just know what I've seen, what I hear." "And what do you hear now?" Elijah looked down at the glass. A crack ran through the base, spidering outward, as if the drink itself were trying to break free. He swirled it gently, watching a tiny black speck float to the top and sink again. He didn't recognize it. That was enough to pay attention. "I'll hear it soon," Elijah said. Graham studied him with the eyes of someone who'd lost too much to argue but still had enough left to care. "You might not have to wait long. There's been trouble." Elijah said nothing and just looked at him. Graham took the cue. "There's a village 10-12 miles southeast of here. Ashvale. Old place. Used to trade in silver root and pelts. Quiet. God-fearing, far as anyone cared. But, past 3 nights, something's been killing families." Elijah's jaw tightened slightly. "First night, old couple. The house torn open. It looked like a bear, but not. No tracks. Blood sprayed like someone took a paintbrush to the walls." "What about the second family?" Elijah asked. Graham hesitated, then nodded. "Whole family. 6 of them. 2 kids, same story. Screaming woke the whole village. But by the time anyone got there, it was just parts." Elijah's hand drifted near his coat, fingers brushing the edge of his revolver, not pulling it, just remembering it was there. "What about the third night?" "Last night, nobody saw nothing. Just the sounds. One house empty now, torn open from the roof. Blood on the ceiling. They buried what they could find." "Anyone survive?" "Just one so far. A boy I've heard from the folks passing through. People are talking about leaving. They think it's a curse. Or a punishment." Elijah stood slowly, scraping the chair legs across the warped floor. Graham looked up. "That it? You know what it is?" "No." "But you're going." "Yeah." Graham picked up Elijah's glass to clean it. He stopped mid-motion. The liquid had turned a shade darker. Blood red. A small bubble rose to the surface and popped. Graham frowned. "What the hell?" Elijah took the glass from him and held it to the light. He could smell the coppery scent of blood. The crack in the base had widened, bleeding upward. A thin tendril of smoke rose from it now, faint, like a whisper escaping a dying man's mouth. The air around the glass turned heavy and still. Elijah could feel it. That shift, like the moment before a thunderclap. God's breath, exhaled just enough for him to taste it. This was the sign. Transubstantiation. The liquid had turned to blood. He set the glass down gently. The crack hissed and sealed itself shut before their eyes. Graham backed up half a step. What the hell was that?" Elijah didn't answer. He reached into his coat and pulled out a silver coin, tarnished and smooth by years of handling, and placed it on the bar. It bore a cross and a date, 2025, the year before the sky broke. "I'll be gone by dawn," Elijah said. He turned, coat flaring slightly as he walked. Graham's voice followed him. "What are you gonna do out there?" Elijah paused in the doorway, one boot crossing the threshold into the dark. "What I always do. Listen." Elijah worked in silence, the kind that fills your ears like pressure before a storm. The pale mare's stable sat behind the saloon, half collapsed, patched with mismatched boards and old sheet metal. The hay inside was dry and stale, but it would do. Luther stood tethered in the corner, chewing at something that might have once been straw. The light through the slats was golden and warm, the kind of light that made liars of dying places. Grey Ditch looked almost peaceful, but Elijah wasn't here for peace. He knelt on an oilcloth near his saddlebag, unbuckling the straps like he was opening a casket. Everything he carried, everything that mattered, was inside. He laid the items out one at a time in precise order, as he always did. This was his right, not a prayer, but close. Saint Breaker came first, the long-barrel revolver. He held it in both hands like a relic from a ruined temple. The metal was dark, dulled with years of ash and use, but the scripture on the barrel still gleamed faintly when the light hit it just right. "Judgment is mine, saith the Lord." The gun had weight, not just in steel, but in memory. It had kicked in his hand when he was younger and dumber and nearly taken his thumb off. It had jammed once when he was trying to kill a thing with no eyes and too many arms. It had fired true in moments where he should have been dead. He ran a cloth along the barrel, slow, firm strokes. He didn't rush this. You didn't rush faith, not if you wanted it to hold. He opened the cylinder. 3 rounds loaded. He'd fired 2 in Grey Hollow, one into a vampire priest, the other into the floor of a church that had started whispering blasphemies in children's voices. He reached into his smaller pouch and pulled out 3 bullets. He loaded them into the revolver. He fingered a single bullet of the 2 that were left in the pouch, etched with a sigil he'd carved with a knife made from holy silver. The mark wasn't just scratched, it was bled. His own blood mixed with ash sealed into the grooves. A binding round. He only ever carried 2 binding bullets at a time. The toll it took to make them was great. Elijah cradled it in his palm a moment before dropping it back into the pouch. Saint Breaker clicked shut with a mechanical sigh, like it was remembering something too. Next came the psalm blade. He drew it from its sheath, which was wrapped in old cloth and kept under his coat, never far from his spine. The knife was narrow and cruel, made for puncturing, not slicing. The blade was permanently cold, even in firelight. A cold that numbed the fingertips slightly as he held it. Etched down its length, barely visible now from years of sharpening. "Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war." He turned it over. "And my fingers for battle." He whispered the verse aloud, not because he believed it would protect him, but because it reminded him why he still fought. He tested the edge against his thumb, drew a line of red, nodded once. Still true. He kissed the hilt just once, then rewrapped it with care. Then the chain of Golgotha. He unhooked it from his belt and laid it across his knee like a sacred serpent. The iron links were rough, pitted from decades of use. Each link was different, one long and thin, another fat and squared off. Made from nails salvaged from the door of a cathedral burned during the sundering. Or so the old preacher in Withers Pass had claimed before the fire took its tongue. The chain rattled as he lifted it. It always made noise. Always. Except in the presence of lies. Then it went silent. He coiled it into a perfect spiral, kissed the center, and reattached it to his belt. Then came the ring of flame. It didn't need cleaning, didn't need sharpening. It didn't come off. Elijah held up his hand, right finger raised. The obsidian band gleamed like wet glass in the dim light. From the inside, carved in a looping, non-human script, the angelic symbols glowed faintly, warm now, though earlier they had burned. It hummed softly, a sound beneath sound. The ring had once whispered his father's voice to him. Dead for 30 years. It had turned a bowl of water to steam during prayer. It had refused to be stolen, fused itself to his bone, and lit a man on fire in his sleep for trying to take it. It never lied. It carried the voice of God. He studied it now, watching the light shift in its reflection. One word echoed in his mind, not from the ring, but from deep within. Ashvale. Elijah's final preparation was the scourged Bible. He unwrapped it carefully. The linen cloth was stained from years of sweat and blood, but it had done its job. The Bible was battered, a leather binding held together by rawhide and stubbornness. Its edges were scorched. Pages were dog-eared and creased, filled with margin notes and tight, methodical script. Creature names, town names, words spoken by angels, warnings. It was more than scripture. It was a ledger of the damned. He opened to the first page. The name Mandrake Elijah was scrawled there in a child's hand, his own from years ago. Next to it, "May my blood mark only what needs to die." He turned to the latest entry in the back. Grey Ditch, Pale Mare, Ashvale next. Screams in the night. Something feeding on silence. Possible binding candidate. Prepare both rounds. He flipped a few pages forward and the Bible moved on its own. A flutter. A flip. Pages ruffled like they were windblown. It stopped. Psalm 58. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies. And beneath it, scrawled in ink not his own, and not from this world. Speak not, and it shall not feed. He stared at it for a long time. Then he closed the book. Outside, the sun was bleeding into the horizon, red and sullen. Elijah stood, holstered Saintbreaker, slipped the psalm blade into his boot, coiled the chain at his side, and he rolled the Bible back into its wrap and tied it tight, slipping it into the saddlebag on Luther's flank. He paused at the stable door. One last moment. He placed his hand on the horse's mane and whispered, "One more town." Luther didn't answer. He never did. But he always walked. Elijah stepped into the twilight. The ring of flame hummed louder. The road to Ashvale was no road at all. Just two ruts worn into the dirt by the memory of wagon wheels and the passing of desperate men. No lanterns, no markers, not even mileposts. Just silence and shadows. Elijah rode through both, head low, shoulders hunched against the cold. The moon was a thin slit in the sky, pale and sharp like the edges of a sickle. Clouds dragged across it like gauze. Luther's hooves made no sound on the dry earth. Even the horse seemed to know. Whatever walked out here listened. It would take all night to reach the village. Elijah didn't mind. He liked the time between destinations. It was the only time the world didn't ask anything of him. No speaking, no shooting, no choosing. Just wind and dust and thoughts he didn't dare say aloud. The ring of flame on his finger stayed cold. Not frozen, but colder than the air. It was never wrong, not yet. Something was waiting at the end of this trail. Whether it had a face, claws, or words, he didn't know. But it had already killed 3 families. And tonight would make 4. The land around him changed the farther he rode. Scrub brush gave way to bone trees. Thin, pale things with bark like dead skin and branches like skeletal hands clawing at the sky. Their leaves had long since turned to dust. Or maybe they'd never grown in the first place. Every so often, one would creak, like it was trying to whisper something to the others. A crow landed on a branch above and watched him pass. Just one, silent, Its eyes glinted like obsidian marbles in the moonlight. Elijah touched the handle of Saintbreaker and didn't look back. At the halfway mark, he passed a stone marker, a broken angel, one wing gone, its face weathered smooth by wind and time, the arms still folded in prayer, but the fingers had been gnawed down to the first knuckle. Rats, maybe, or something worse. Beneath the statue, someone had scrawled in chalk, "It speaks in your voice." Elijah paused and reined in Luther. He stared at the words for a long time. The ring on his hand pulsed once, faintly, not warm, not hot, but aware. He dismounted and stepped closer. The words were fresh, no more than a day old. Rain hadn't hit them yet. There was something else, too. A scrap of cloth nailed to the stone, fluttering in the wind. A child's shirt torn at the shoulder. Blood on the collar. He took it, folded it, and tucked it into his coat. There was no point in burying signs. He rode on. By the fourth hour, the forest thickened. Not with trees, but with presence. Every bend in the trail felt tighter. The air thinned. The temperature dropped. He could hear his own breath now, not from exhaustion, but volume. It was just loud. Everything else was too quiet. The ring began to hum softly. The Scourge's Bible, wrapped and stashed in a saddlebag, vibrated once against his thigh. He didn't reach for it, not yet. He knew what it meant. He was being watched. He didn't stop to rest, not even once. Elijah wasn't the sort of man who needed comfort. He'd slept in burial pits and crypts, in the ruins of churches where angels bled light through the cracks in the ceiling. Sleep was a kindness he didn't earn often and didn't expect. Dawn came slowly, not in gold, but in ash. The horizon cracked open with a dull gray light, like someone peeling a rotten fruit. Shapes emerged. Fence posts, ruined carts, silhouettes of burned scarecrows. Ashvale. A village of maybe 20 buildings, laid out in a curve like a horseshoe, all pointing inward toward a center square that held a dried-up well and a church without a cross. Chimneys coughed smoke into the air, but no one was outside. No birds, no animals. Something was wrong with the stillness. Elijah felt it in his teeth. Luther slowed. They passed the first house and saw the door was wide open. Not kicked, not forced, just open. Elijah dismounted. The ring on his hand turned hot. Inside it was red. A family of 4 torn apart. The bodies were in pieces, arranged in no pattern Elijah could understand. A woman's arm on the table, a child's head beneath the stairs. Blood had pooled under the floorboards and seeped through the cracks like sap. The house stank of meat, but not rot, not yet. Fresh death. It had come last night. Elijah stood in the center of the room, boots soaking in the edge of the blood. He didn't flinch, he didn't pray. He just said, 3 nights, 3 families. That's what Graham said. Elijah looked down at the carnage. This makes 4. The floor creaked beneath him, but not from movement. It was bloated with blood, swollen and soft like skin left too long in water. He stepped carefully, his coat brushing the corner of a splintered table. The family had died fast. That much was clear. There were no signs of a struggle. No upturned furniture, no broken lamps. Whatever had come for them had known exactly where to go. Exactly what to do. The mouths, though. That was what kept Elijah still. Not literal ones, not yet, but drawn, etched in places they didn't belong, scratched into the wood of a child's headboard, painted in blood on the hallway wall. Even the windows, fogged from cold, showed smudges where small fingers had traced circles of open mouths. Each mouth was different, some bearing teeth, others singing. He reached into his coat and withdrew the chain of Golgotha. It uncoiled with a whisper, cold iron worn by blood, faith, and memory. He held one end and let the rest drag gently across the floor as he walked room to room. Nothing in the child's bedroom, just silence and fear fossilized into place. A half-drawn picture lay on the ground near a body too mangled to look at. The picture was of a man in a robe, standing beside a church. The words written beneath it in a child's unsure scrawl. "He promised we'd be safe." Elijah stared at that sentence for a long time. The chain twitched once in his hand. He moved on. In the master bedroom, he found the father, or what was left of him. A hole had been torn straight through his chest. No claw marks, no burn, just void. Like something had fed, not on flesh, but meaning. Elijah crouched beside the bed and set the chain on the sheets. It burned. Only for a second. A whisper of heat across his palm, like a coal pressed gently to skin. He turned his hand, looked at the faint mark left in the shape of one of the links. It would fade. He lifted the mattress. Underneath, scrawled into the slats in something halfway between ink and blood, were 4 words. He swore, then broke. Elijah felt the weight of it drop into place like the first stone of a tomb. He didn't know who he was. Not yet. But whoever it was had made a vow here. A real one. And they'd snapped it like a branch. He holstered the chain, careful, methodical, and drew the ring of flame to his lips. He whispered low, "Show me the law." The ring warmed instantly. He waited. Nothing moved, but the Bible in his coat shifted, almost imperceptibly, a flutter of pages muffled by fabric. He took that as confirmation. This wasn't a wild kill. This wasn't hunger. This was consequence. Near the door, he found a family altar. Small, humble, just a cross made from twine and a tin plate that might have once held communion bread. He crouched. The blood hadn't touched it. Not a drop. But on the wall behind it, hidden just beneath the crossbeam, someone had etched a symbol in wax. It had been smudged deliberately, but Elijah had seen it before. In a burned monastery outside Red Hollow, where a monk had renounced his order to save his brother from possession. A vow sigil. This one was cracked. Elijah stood slowly, every motion deliberate, as if he were inside a temple, because in a way he was. He looked around one last time. The mouths, the message under the mattress, the twisted altar, the children's drawing. He didn't know who the liar was, but he knew what had come because of him. Elijah came to understand what did this. It was a mouther, and the mouther was no accident. It was invited. A creature born not of hunger but betrayal, made when a sacred vow is broken in a place meant for faith. It feeds not on flesh but on speech, on broken promises, whispered denials, and prayers turned sour. The more it's spoken of, the stronger it becomes. Elijah had seen their signs before, once in Withers Pass, once beneath a chapel in the Divide. They always came the same way, quietly, crawling through lies like rats in the walls. And then, as he reached for the door, the chain in his hand shifted all on its own. One of the links clicked, then another, then silence. Elijah opened the door. The sun was just now rising, staining the frost-covered rooftops a dull gold. The light touched nothing warm. Across the street stood someone on a porch, pretending not to look. Another peered from a window, unmoving. No words, just watching. Elijah took a breath, exhaled through his nose, and stepped out into the silence. He would speak to them now, not to ask who sinned, but to see who was still lying. He stepped back outside. The sun was crawling over the horizon now, casting a thin yellow light across the frost-glazed roofs. In the distance, a man peeked out from behind a curtain. A child stared from a porch and didn't blink. A dog howled once, then stopped halfway through as if remembering. Ashvale was awake, but it wasn't alive. Elijah pulled the scarf up over his mouth, rested one hand on the chain in his belt, and walked toward the square. Time to find someone who still had a voice. The door shut behind Elijah with a sound like a coffin being sealed. He stood on the porch for a moment, letting the silence settle again. It wasn't peace, just the kind of silence you find at the bottom of a well. Deep, still, and waiting for something to fall in. The house behind him stank of death and the kind of sin that didn't wash off with prayer. Across the street, the town had begun to shift. Doors hadn't opened, but curtains had. Faces lingered just beyond the window glass. Elijah stepped down into the street. His boots crunched frost on dirt. No one came to meet him. That was fine. He didn't expect welcome. The first person to break the standoff was an old woman, wrapped in wool so thin it was more memory than garment. Her back was bent, her face lined with creases carved by more than age. She sat on a stool near her front door, a small wooden rosary clutched between her fingers. "Elijah Mandrake," she said as he passed. Not a question. He stopped and turned to her. She nodded at his coat. "I've heard whispers of you for years now. Never thought I'd have the misfortune of getting to meet you. That and the badge gives you away." He glanced down. The upside-down tin star pinned to his chest hadn't gleamed in years, but it still caught light when it needed to. A dead sheriff's badge, inverted. An emblem of justice with no law behind it. "Your name?" Elijah asked. "Agnes Teller." "You knew the family?" "I knew all of them. I buried half this town over the years, but I never had to bury pieces." Elijah said nothing. Agnes looked up at him, eyes watering from the cold. "You've seen things like this before." "Yeah." "Will you stop it?" "Yeah." She looked away then, down to the cracked rosary in her lap. Elijah was about to walk on when she added soft. "It used to be loud here. Kids singing. Church bells. Now it's just waiting." "Waiting for what?" Agnes didn't answer. A forge sat 2 buildings down, barely operational. The chimney was dark, the bellows limp, but the blacksmith stood out front just the same, arms crossed, an old hammer hanging from his belt. He nodded at Elijah. "Didn't think the church still sent, man." "They don't," Elijah said. "God does." The man raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Name's Ra, Nathan Ra. I put horseshoes on your kind a few years back, west of Rustcliffe." Elijah didn't answer it, just said, "The families. What do you know?" Ra wiped his hands on his apron, though there was no soot. "After the first kill, folks thought it was a raider, maybe feral. We started watching that night. Doors locked, guns out. Second family died anyway. And the third? We asked Father Alden to lead prayer every night and said it was time to bring the word back into our homes. He agreed. First night he spoke strong. The second night his voice shook. Third night, he said maybe quiet was safer." Elijah turned slightly at that. "He said prayer made noise, and noise draws things." Elijah filed it away. "Has he said anything since?" "Only that we need to endure, that help would come." Rye looked him over. "You that help?" "No," Elijah said. "I'm the cost." He moved on, past shuttered storefronts, past doors that hadn't been open in days, and past people who turned away the moment he met their eyes, until he came to the well, the center of town. Dry, capped, its rope long rotted, the wooden frame sagging like a man in confession. It stank faintly, not of water, but of moss and iron, the smell of old blood. And there, sitting beside it, was a child, skinny, wrapped in a coat far too large for him, barefoot despite the frost. He watched Elijah with bright, unblinking eyes. Elijah stood a few paces away. The boy didn't move, didn't speak. Elijah crouched slowly, resting a hand on his knee. "Your name?" "Nothing." "You live nearby?" Silence. Elijah's eyes narrowed slightly. The boy opened his mouth. There was a stump where his tongue should have been. No fresh blood, no bandage. It had healed long ago. Elijah didn't react, just studied him for a moment, then reached into his coat and pulled something small from the pocket. A coin. Old in copper and stamped with a cross. He held it out. The boy took it gently and curled it in his fingers. Elijah stood. "You hear them at night?" The boy nodded. "See anything?" A pause. Then another nod. Elijah's hand drifted to the pouch around his neck. He touched the finger bone of Saint Merciful beneath his shirt. "Not yet. Not here." Behind him, someone cleared their throat. He turned. A man stood a few paces back, tall, tired, sunken in the cheeks. A collar marked him, though not in black. Brown cloth, rough stitched, with a simple wooden emblem dangling from his neck. Father Alden. Elijah turned to greet the man. "Preacher. You've been in the house?" "Yeah." A pause. Tension like static in the air between them. "I assume you've seen worse?" "I don't measure sin in weight." Alden flinched, just slightly. I want to help, if you'll let me." "You can start by telling me what you've been praying for." The preacher blinked. "What?" "Your God's been quiet. So who have you been praying to instead?" Alden opened his mouth and closed it. I don't know what you mean." But Elijah wasn't listening anymore. He turned, walking away back toward the well. He didn't need a confession yet. He just needed the truth to shift under someone's feet. And it just had. Father Alden didn't wait for a response. After Elijah turned away, the preacher stood there a moment longer, eyes flickering like a candle trying not to gutter. Then he turned and walked back toward the church. His shoulders sagged more than they had moments before, as though the ground had grown heavier beneath him. The doors to homes and hovels began to open in silence one by one. The people of Ashvale emerged not in conversation, but in motion, heads down, arms wrapped across their chests. Some looked toward the church. A few glanced back at Elijah, then quickly away. They followed Father Alden up the hill, not with reverence, with habit. Only one stayed behind, the boy. He remained seated by the dry well, knees drawn up, hands inside the sleeves of his oversized coat. The copper coin Elijah had given him was clenched in his fist, his knuckles white around it. He didn't look scared. He looked like he was waiting. Elijah approached slowly, the sound of the townsfolk shuffling into the chapel fading behind him. The creak of the church doors echoed once. Then it was just wind and silence between them. He crouched next to the boy, knees grunting as he did. The well smelled worse up close. Mold, iron, and something older. The scent of stagnant earth turned sour. "You stayed," Elijah said. The boy turned his head slightly but didn't nod. Elijah reached into his coat and pulled out the leather pouch from around his neck. The tie came loose with a familiar resistance. Inside, wrapped in a piece of linen, was the fingerbone of Saint Merciful, smooth, pale, worn to a dull yellow. He held it out to the boy. "You ain't gotta speak, but if you seen it, I need to." The boy looked at the bone, then at Elijah. His gaze wasn't afraid. It was tired. He reached out and took the relic gently in both hands. Elijah closed his eyes. The air changed, and everything fell away. He was somewhere else. Not standing, not kneeling, just present. Inside the boy's memory. There was a smell. Smoke, sweat, wet wood. The sound of someone crying. A door slamming, then silence. And then the whispering. Not one voice. Many, dozens, hundreds, all layered, some male, some female. Some that didn't sound human, all speaking at once. But not in chaos. In unison. Like a congregation reading scripture from different books. He turned, or thought he did, and saw the hallway of a home. The boy's house, maybe. The walls pulsed. Not literally, but with sound. It moved through them. And then it appeared, crawling sideways out of the ceiling. A shape like melted wax, limbs folding wrong, skin slick and rippling with holes. Mouths. Dozens of them, hundreds. Some big, some as small as pinpricks. Some toothless, some jagged. Each one moving independently, whispering in different tongues all at once. It didn't walk. It flowed. When it passed through the wall, it didn't break it. It bled into it like ink-soaking cloth. Then reformed, still whispering. One mouth was larger than the others, centered on what might have been a chest. It opened wide, and Elijah heard a voice. Not the creature's, a man's voice. He couldn't place it at first. It echoed through too many mouths. But one sentence struck him cold. "She was dying. I asked him to stop it. He didn't, so I did." Elijah opened his eyes. The boy sat still, relic in hand, breathing shallow. Elijah reached out and gently took the bone back, wrapping it again. He said nothing for a while. And then, "Thank you." The boy watched him carefully, still clutching the coin. Elijah stood slowly and walked back to his saddlebag. He opened a side flap and pulled out a narrow, folded piece of leather. Inside were 2 bullets etched with symbols. the grooves stained dark with dried blood. Binding rounds. He picked one up, the one he carried for the unknown. Elijah loaded it into the cylinder of Saintbreaker, slow and silent. The revolver clicked shut with the weight of finality. He holstered the gun and looked back toward the chapel. The doors were closed now, but something inside was watching. He could feel it, and the ring on his finger began to warm. The church was empty by the time Elijah pushed through the doors. The pews creaked in the cold, their wood dry and splintered. Dust clung to the corners of the windows, haloed by the last silver of dying daylight. Whatever warmth had once filled the place was long gone. It didn't feel forsaken, just hollow, like something had lived here and left its skin behind. He walked the aisle slowly, his boots dull against the boards. The pulpit stood crooked, as if the weight of its sermons had finally broken its spine. A lantern burned low near the altar. Someone had lit it before leaving. A kindness, maybe, or habit. Elijah didn't go to the altar. He sat in the third pew from the front, not out of tradition, just because that's where he always did if he had a choice. Not too close, not too far. Close enough to be heard, far enough to be honest. He took off his Stetson and set it beside him, bowed his head. He didn't start with the Lord. He never did. I don't ask for safety. You know that. Never ask for long life. Never ask for comfort, so I won't start now. He laced his fingers, elbows on his knees. I've got the signs, got the burn, got the words you flipped in the book. I know what it is. It's a mouther. You've shown me that. He paused. The wind whistled faintly through a cracked pane. I think I know who brought it in, too. Man standing behind the pulpit with his soul folded up in his pocket. He glanced up toward the cross hanging above the altar. Lopsided. Carved, not cast. The kind made by hands that believed once. I'll deal with the creature, Elijah said. But if I'm right, if he broke a vow in your house, then I'll need strength after to finish it. He looked back down at his hands. I don't want to kill a preacher. Don't want to look a man in the eye who used to believe and see what it costs when that belief breaks. But I will, if you ask it. Another pause. If I die tonight, that's fine too. No drama in it, just fact. If I fall in the dark, don't send me back. I've walked enough. He sat in silence then, let the stillness stretch. It wasn't peace, but it was enough. After a while, he reached into his coat and pulled out the Scourge Bible. It was wrapped in cloth, bound in worn leather, edges charred from a long time past. He undid the ties with the care of a man handling a relic that had already saved him more than once. He flipped past maps, notes, drawings, names, found a blank margin beside a scorched page. He wrote in the cramped hand he'd developed over years of one-handed field notes. Ashvale. Mouther confirmed. Pattern matches divide. Victims pulled apart mid-prayer or post-argument. Tongueless case. A passive survivor. Chain reacted to altar frame. Sigil present and damaged. Suspect. Father Alden. Circumstantial signs align. Witness testimony, Agnes Rye, suggests altered preaching habits post-deaths. Will execute Mouther. If confirmed, will return for the preacher. He paused, tapping the pencil lightly against the paper, then added, God give me the strength to do what's righteous, not what's easy, not what's merciful, what's righteous. He closed the Bible and retied it, slid it back into the saddlebag by the pew. His hands moved next to Saintbreaker. He unholstered the revolver and cracked the cylinder and spun it slowly. The bullets gleamed faintly in the lantern light. He turned it until the binding round clicked into the lead position, marked with blood and sigil, carved by fasting and pain. The first and only gift tonight. He closed the cylinder. The ring on his finger burned. Outside, somewhere beyond the chapel's thin walls, something screamed or whispered. It was impossible to tell the difference. Then silence again. Elijah stood, Stetson on, gun loaded, judgment ready. He stepped out into the cold dark. The doors closed behind him like a final verse. The cold cut deeper now. Elijah moved through the dark with deliberate steps, the ring on his hand burning like a coal. It wasn't just hot. It ate. It pulsed with the certainty that he was walking into the heart of the rot. The streets of Ashvale had gone still. Doors barred, windows dark. Even the wind had gone quiet, holding its breath. The only sound was the steady thud of Elijah's boots on the frozen dirt. He reached the dry well, the place where the boy had waited, where the screams had ended, where the mouther had been born. He paused beside the old stone rim. The ground stank of bile, rust, and something deeper, like wet teeth. With one hand, Elijah reached into the strap across his back and pulled the Scord's Bible, still worn from his time in the chapel. He flipped through the pages until he found the margin where he'd written the truth in pencil in quiet hands. A mouther, Alden's lie, God's judgment waiting. He slid the book into a secure slot on the back of his coat, tied it with a thin leather cord looped around 3 points fast and tight. He didn't know if he needed yet, but when you kill something born of words, you brought scripture. The ground vibrated beneath him. Not an earthquake, a ripple, like something breathing beneath the soil. He drew Saintbreaker, cracked the cylinder, and spun it once, making sure the binding bullet was first in line. He closed the cylinder and muttered without thinking, "Let it find its mark." Then the ground erupted. It didn't leap from the trees or the shadows. It came from beneath. It came from the confines of the well, dragging with it the stink of old rot and holy things left too long in the dark. Elijah was already moving, but not fast enough. A mass of slick tendrils shot toward him, mouths lining the ends like lampreys, and one caught his coat by the shoulder. The force ripped him sideways, slamming him into the ground. Saintbreaker flew from his hand and vanished into the dark. Elijah rolled, came up to his knees, and drew the psalm blade in a fluid practice motion. The mouther unfurled itself in the moonlight. For a moment it had no form, just writhing, pulsing tissue. Mouths opening and closing like gills all over its shape, some speaking in tongues, others crying in familiar voices. One of the mouths whispered, faint and exact, "I didn't do it." Elijah's heart froze. That was his voice, his first lie. A long time ago, before this calling, before the war. The voice of him as a child. The creature lunged again, not fast, but in every direction at once. Elijah ducked under a swing of limb flesh and slashed upward. The psalm blade tore through the edge of the creature's mass. 3 mouths sealed shut, spraying something thick and black across the ground. It screamed, not in pain, but as if repeating someone else's. The mouther lashed at him with an arm of mouths, each biting, gnashing, and shrieking. Elijah leapt back, breathing hard. He couldn't fight what had no face. He planted his boots in the dirt and yelled with voice and spirit, "By the word that cannot lie, I name you in the light of truth. Take your shape, cursed thing. Be judged in flesh." The air snapped, like a whip cracking through bone. The mouther recoiled, spasming mid-motion. Then it screamed in a sound that made Elijah's ears ring. Its mass tightened, folding in on itself, becoming less cloud, more creature. Bones snapped into place beneath the skin. A spine formed. Shoulders. A long, narrow skull. It rose, slow and deliberate, into a shape 7 feet tall, thin and unnatural with 6 limbs, all jointed wrong, some ended in clawed fingers, others in grasping mouths. Its entire surface was covered in those gill-like slits, and each slit opened and closed rhythmically, speaking as they breathed. Some prayed, some whispered, some just screamed. One of the mouths whispered again, "I didn't do it." Elijah stood across from it, panting, blade ready. The real fight had begun. The thing moved like no living creature, its 6 limbs bent in ways that mocked symmetry. One arm was too long, one ended in a mass of fingers that opened like petals into a yawning maw. Its mouths flexed with every twitch, opening, gasping, biting at the air. One whispered Elijah's name like a prayer. Another called for his mother in his dead brother's voice. It came at him in bursts, now crawling like a spider, now upright like a man, now leaping sideways with arms outstretched like a broken angel. Elijah fought in silence. He ducked under a swing of those grasping limbs and drove the psalm blade into a joint where shoulder met chest. The blade pierced deep, and the mouth it struck clamped down, nearly biting through the steel. Elijah ripped it free just as another limb swung for his legs. He went down hard. His back hit the frozen earth. The air slammed out of him, his ribs lighting up in white heat. The thing loomed above. A mouth opened in its chest, wide, vertical, human-like, and whispered something terrible in a child's voice. "He died because you didn't say a word." Elijah flinched. For the first time, his hands shook. The creature reared back a limb to strike. He rolled, barely dodging the blow, and came up gasping, clutching his left side. His ribs were cracked. Maybe worse. He coughed and tasted copper. He needed a second, a breath, a break. The mouther didn't give it. Elijah got to his feet in pain and backed away, blade held low. The mouther circled, slinking on 6 limbs like a heretic beast made of twisted scripture and lies. His shoulder throbbed. His side screamed. The ring on his finger pulsed, burning hot against his skin. He couldn't overpower it, so he'd outthink it. He reached into his coat, past the scorched leather and blood-stained wool, and pulled free a small glass vial, dark liquid inside, thick and old. Holy oil, sanctified in silence, a gift from a dead bishop. He popped the wax seal with his teeth and dumped the contents over the psalm blade's edge, coating the steel in thick, blessed black. Then he pulled free the chain of Golgotha from his belt. The weighty iron rattled with memory, and wrapped it once around the blade's hilt. Elijah looked to the stars of the night and the heavens and muttered a prayer under his breath. The psalm blade roared to life and flames. The thing hissed. "Come on, then," Elijah said. The creature lunged. Elijah met it head on. He rammed the blade and chain forward like a harpoon. It pierced a chest mouth, and the mouther wailed in agony. The limbs spasmed. 3 mouths fused shut. One wailed in a language that hadn't been spoken in 1,000 years. The creature screamed and staggered back. It lashed out, striking Elijah across the ribs again. He went down. This time he didn't get up quickly. The world spun. He rolled onto his side, gasping and reaching blindly. The ring burned his hand with a ferocity he wasn't used to. Elijah thrust his hand into the cold dirt in reflex to cool himself, and in doing so, his hand met the cold steel of his revolver. His hand closed around something metal. Saintbreaker. It was half buried in the dirt, cool to the touch. He coughed blood, chambered the revolver, and stood slow. One eye swollen, one leg dragging, blade in one hand, gun in the other. The thing turned. It saw the weapon and it screamed. Elijah didn't. He took one step forward, then another, then raised the barrel. "You were born from a vow," he said, voice low and final. "And you'll die by one." And he fired. The creature screamed in every voice it had stolen. As the bullet shot into the mouther, it was shackled by chains of light that now bound it to the earth. The scripture seared into the air itself, burning across the dirt, the stones, the trees. Verses in a dozen forgotten tongues. Every line a sentence past. Elijah leant forward. His coat hung in tatters. His side ached with every breath. Blood ran down his ribs in slow, patient lines. But he didn't stop. The mouther thrashed, bound by the binding bullet, its limbs writhing in place. Mouths open and closed in unison, no longer screaming, but speaking. It begged. It spoke in the preacher's voice, offering penance. It whispered in Elijah's own voice, pleading for mercy. It cried out in a woman's voice, one Elijah had once heard in a dying town long buried in sand, calling for a son who never came home. He didn't flinch. He held the psalm blade in his hand. No fire this time. Just steel. Steel and silence. The mouthers' mouths fell quiet. Then, all at once, they began to speak together in unity and clarity. The words were almost scripture, twisted, close, and familiar. "Blessed be the broken vow, for through it truth is born." Elijah stepped in close, face set like carved stone. "You were made of broken vows," he said, voice steady. "From a broken man." He raised the blade, eyes locked in the central mouth, the one that mimicked humanity, shaped like something meant to speak prayer. "Let this here broken man end you." And he drove the psalm blade home. The mouth didn't scream. It opened wide as if to answer, then froze. A white light bloomed from within. Not fire, not heat. Purity. It spread out through the creature's core, filling it from the inside, cracking the limbs, bursting the mouths. Then silence. No bang, no roar, just light. And when it was gone, there was nothing left but ash, gently fallen, and fragments of burned scriptures scattered across the earth like fallen leaves. Elijah stood over it, breathing hard. The ring on his finger glowed faintly, then dimmed. But not all the way. It was still warm. Not burning, not cold, just waiting. He looked down at the scorched soil. It wasn't over. Not yet. Elijah knelt beside the hollow where the mouther had died. There was no body to burn, only ash, scattered like bone dust in the shape of something that should have never lived. All around him, scripture fluttered on the air, and pages that had never been written, or that had been erased from memory, now lay across the dirt like snow. He gathered the remnants in silence. No chanting, no ritual, just his hands, his breath, and the ring burning softly on his finger. From his coat he retrieved the pouch of salt and sprinkled it on the site. Then from another a charred bundle of cedar, lit from the tip with a flint and held in his palm until it smoldered. Smoke rose in thin blue strands that curled like script in the wind. He opened the scourged Bible on his back and let the wind flip the pages. When it stopped, He tore a piece from the chosen page. Blank, except for a single handwritten line he didn't remember writing. Clean not the flesh, but the root. He dropped the page into the ashes. The smoke curled, changed, and deepened, and the ground stilled. Then the doors of the town opened, one by one, all around him. Ashvale creaked to life like a sleeping thing. Shutters unlatched, doors opened halfway, windows eased up just enough to let the wind through. Dozens of faces appeared, silent, pale in the moonlight. No one spoke. They'd been watching the whole time, watching Elijah move like a priest over something too sacred and too wrong to name. They saw the smoke rise, saw the chain, the blade, the pages, the end. They said nothing. They didn't have to. This wasn't gratitude. It was awe. Elijah didn't look at them. He closed the Bible. The ring on his hand stayed warm. Not the warning heat of a hunt, nor the dead chill of completion. Just a steady, constant burn. Waiting. Elijah didn't need to open the Bible again, but it flipped anyway, right there in his hands. Not by the wind, not by chance. A page turned and stopped with weight. It held a verse he'd never seen before. There was no chapter, no number, just words. The beast is bound, but the sin still breathes. He let the book close, and he understood. This wasn't finished. It was paused. Elijah turned toward the silent crowd. The townspeople were still gathered near the edges of the square, around the broken well and the scorched earth where the mouther had burned. The smoke still hung low. The salt hadn't settled. He looked over them, eyes wide, mouth shut. No one spoke until he did. "Where does he live?" His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. The ring on his finger still burned. "Elijah?" It was Agnes who stepped forward. She looked smaller now than she had hours ago. Her shawl clutched in one hand, the boy with no tongue in the other. It would seem she had taken him in. "Who?" "Father Alden. Where does he live?" Gasps, hushed and raw. A man in the back, someone who'd watched the whole fight through his window, spat on the ground. "You think that preacher brought that thing here?" "I know he did." "How?" someone else asked. "He prays. He's led us since the old storms. He—" "Do you know what a mouther is? Do you know how it's born?" The crowd was silent. He nodded. "Didn't think so." Elijah stepped forward, not pacing, not posturing, just moving like the weight of what came next needed to be carried on foot. "A mouther isn't summoned. It's not conjured by rites or circles or blood spilled on an altar." He stopped. Let the words settle. "It comes when someone breaks a vow. Not just any promise. A sacred one. A vow made in a holy place, spoken with faith, and then shattered." Some people looked down, others just stared. Agnes pointed slowly and trembling. "Fourth house, east of the chapel, the blue door." Elijah nodded once. "Thank you." He started walking. The crowd followed. They didn't want to, but they did. The house was quiet and neat. Curtains drawn, a candle burned inside. Elijah walked up to the door and knocked once. No answer. He knocked again, louder, still nothing. Then he reached out, grasped the handle, and slammed his shoulder into the door. It burst inward. Inside, the room smelled of old paper and oil. There were books, shelves, a table with untouched bread, and an open bottle of communion wine. Father Alden sat in the back corner, cross still around his neck, face pale and damp with sweat. "You shouldn't be here," Alden whispered. "You know why I am." Alden shook his head, eyes darting to the open door, to the people gathering behind Elijah. "Elijah, please." "You made a vow, in a place of faith. You asked God for something, and when he didn't answer the way you wanted, you turned your back on him." No, I only..." "You spoke the words. You made a vow to him for his mercy, and when the mercy didn't come, you spat in his face." "It was for her. I loved her. I didn't want her to die." The room went silent. Outside, the crowd had pushed closer to the door. "You broke the vow," Elijah said, stepping into the room. "You didn't just stop believing. You denied him in his house." Alden looked away. "You fed that thing. It crawled out from your mouth, and it fed on your silence for years." Alden's face twisted. His shoulders sagged. Tears fell, wet and ugly. "I didn't know. I didn't..." Elijah didn't let him finish. He grabbed the preacher by the collar and dragged him out into the street. The crowd parted without a word. Alden stumbled and tried to resist, but Elijah hauled him forward like a sack of meat, through dirt and blood and moonlight. He pulled him into the center of the square, the spot where the mouther had died, and then let him fall to his knees. The townsfolk gathered in a half circle. Some looked away, others didn't. "What are you doing? You can't. This is Father Alden," someone finally asked, a voice cracking. "He brought the thing that killed your neighbors. 4 families torn apart, because this man prayed with a lie in his throat." "Is that true?" someone else shouted. Alden sobbed. He didn't answer. "Is it true?" Agnes asked, stepping forward. Alden nodded once. It broke the crowd. They turned on him like a tide, roaring all at once, not attacking, but condemning. "Why didn't you tell us? You said it was safe." "My nephew is dead, you bastard." "You said he was still listening." Alden covered his ears, weeping and shaking. Elijah raised a hand and the noise stopped. He looked down at the man. Alden was on his knees in the dirt, eyes wide, mouth moving, words spilling out like blood from a split lip. I didn't know. I thought he'd forgive me. I didn't mean to. Please, I'm sorry. Let me speak before the town. Let me ask for..." Crack. Saint Breaker kicked once in Elijah's hand. Alden's head snapped back, and he collapsed, folding in on himself like an empty robe. The sound of the shot echoed down the streets and into the hills beyond. No one screamed, no one moved. A silence settled that wasn't fear anymore. It was understanding. Final and absolute. Elijah stood over the body. He didn't speak. He didn't holster the gun. He didn't need to. He just watched the blood pool in the dirt until the ring on his finger cooled against his skin. Cold. Finished. The shot still echoed when Elijah turned his back on Father Alden's body. He didn't wait for a burial. He didn't expect one. The town stood frozen behind him, some crying, some silent, all of them caught in the shadow of something heavier than mourning. They had followed Father Alden for years, let him guide them, and trusted him, and he had brought the mouth of hell into their homes. Elijah holstered Saintbreaker, slow and deliberate. then walked straight to his gear. There was no ritual in the way he moved, just a man who had done this before and would do it again. He saddled Luther without a word. The horse didn't spook, just stood calm and ready, like it always did after the gun had been fired. The psalm blade was wiped clean and resheathed. The scourged Bible was strapped across his back, pages still singed from the fight. It hadn't opened since it gave that final verse. That was fine. It would open again when it needed to. Elijah pulled on his coat, checked the pouches. He would need to get his ribs looked at. He winced but didn't pause. Pain wasn't new. By the time he threw a leg over Luther's back, the townsfolk were just beginning to move again. Someone knelt near Father Alden's body. Someone else called for a shovel. But no one called out to Elijah. No one asked him to stay, and he didn't offer a word in return. The job was done. That was enough. At the edge of the square, the mute boy stood again. Same coat, same coin, same silence. He didn't wave. He didn't blink. Just watched. The ring on Elijah's finger cooled as he left the town, then pulsed once, soft, then again, warmer. Elijah didn't look down. He already knew. As he rode toward the road out of Ashvale, the wind picked up. The Bible on his back shifted, pages moving as if by their own will. The ring grew warm again, not burning, not urgent, but undeniable. All ready. Not even a day. God didn't wait. He didn't always reward obedience with rest. He gave the next name, the next place, the next sin to be hunted down and silenced. Elijah rode on. His ribs ached. His coat was stained, and the warmth on his hand told him the work wasn't over. It never was. The town of Ashvale shrank behind him, and somewhere up ahead, past the dust and dry wind, another lie had taken root. Elijah didn't pray. He didn't ask why. He didn't need to. He just followed the call. It had been months since Elijah had dealt with the mouther in Ashvale, and months since he put a bullet between Father Alden's eyes. Months since he'd left that frostbitten town to bury its dead and reckon with his guilt. Since then, he'd seen to the killing of 5 demons and a dozen more or lesser creatures, feral ghouls with melted eyes, a vampire who'd roamed a burned-down highway church, and a succubus that had seduced a whole water commune into its death by dehydration. They all died like the rest, some with screaming, some with silence, but all with judgment. This town, he didn't know if it had a name or if it had forgotten it, had become his reprieve, an old-world ruin of what had once been Las Vegas. The neon was dead, but the sin hadn't faded. The buildings stood like rusted ribs. The streets were loose sand and melted asphalt. Every corner carried a whisper of the world that had been, back when the lights had buzzed and money changed hands like blood. Now there was whiskey, sex, and the kind of laughter that always sounded a little too close to crying. For the past week, Elijah hadn't lifted a weapon, hadn't heard the ring hum. No visions, no pages turning in the scourged Bible strapped under his coat, no signs. only the ache in his ribs from old wounds and the dull edge of sleep that never seemed to sharpen. It was, in every way, a miracle. And he didn't trust it. Still, when the time came, he paid his coin and climbed the stairs of the inn with a woman whose smile didn't reach her eyes. She asked no questions. He liked that about her. Now they lay together in the dim light of a cracked lantern, the sheets twisted around her legs, Elijah half dressed and half asleep, the sweat not yet cold on their skin. Her name was Jennifer. Not a name made for this world, not anymore. Too clean, too suburban. But she said it without irony and without shame. It fit her in a way that made him think she never had the chance to be anything else. Her eyes were brown, sharp, and untrusting. Her voice was smoke and steel.
"You're not like the others who come through here,"
she said, lying beside him, one hand resting flat on her stomach, the other tucked under her head. Her voice wasn't flirtatious. It was observational, curious. She looked at him like he was a puzzle that he refused to finish. Elijah didn't respond right away. He stared at the ceiling, one arm under his head, eyes half-lidded. The lantern cast flickering shadows that looked like wings every time the wind caught the shutters. He hated how often he saw wings and shadows now.
"They always talk,"
she went on.
"Loud, like their voices will make them big enough to forget they're scared. You don't say much at all."
"I talk when there's something worth saying." She turned to her side, propped up on her elbow.
"And was tonight worth saying anything over?"
He didn't look at her, but the corner of his mouth turned just slightly. "Depends on how much of the coin you're gonna give back." Jennifer gave a low, amused hum and pushed the sheet off her legs. She was already reaching for her clothes, piece by piece, gathered from the floor. No shame in her. Just the easy routine of someone who did this often, but not carelessly.
Elijah, right?"
He nodded once.
"You always passing through?"
"That's the idea."
"You looking for something?"
He slid his legs off to the side of the bed and started pulling on his shirt. "Not looking. Just going where I'm told." She paused, glancing over her shoulder as she hooked her bra behind her back.
"By who?"
He didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched, long enough that she almost moved on. "God," he said finally. Jennifer blinked, then gave a small scoff.
"You don't look like a preacher."
"I'm not."
"You don't pray."
"I do."
"Don't wear robes."
"No need."
"You screw like a man who's trying to forget something."
That made him pause. He looked at her then, just briefly, eyes like dust and gunmetal. Tired, focused, hollow in the way a grave is hollow but not empty. "Ain't trying to forget. Just trying to feel something else." That silenced her just for a moment. She pulled her boots on without another word, then reached for her coin. He handed it over, no argument, no fuss.
"You ever been east?"
she asked, turning the coin between her fingers. "Once or twice."
"There's a place called New Galilee,"
she said, watching him closely now.
2 days out. Built it from scratch. Big church in the middle. Real serious folk. Call their preacher Saint Michael."
Elijah froze at the name, only slightly. Enough that Jennifer noticed. "Saint Michael?" he repeated. She nodded.
"That's what they call him. Like he's more than a man. They say he heals people. Grows crops in sand. Said he called an angel down once and it kissed a blind kid's eyes open."
Elijah felt the ring warm slightly on his finger. Not enough to burn, not yet. Jennifer continued, quieter now.
"But I've heard things. from clients, from drunk mouths that forget how to whisper. People vanish out there, not run off. Vanish. And the ones who stay start talking in tongues. Sometimes their voices change. Sometimes they don't come out of it.
Elijah pulled on his coat. She watched him fasten the buttons and slide the Scourge Bible into place beneath the leather.
You one of those men who runs toward fire?
She asked. I don't run anywhere. She gave a nod, almost respectful.
You gonna go?
I reckon I am, Elijah said, as he felt the ring begin to pulse, begin to call him. Jennifer stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the hall light.
He might be the real thing, you know.
Elijah paused and looked at her. And so was the last one. He walked past her without another word. Downstairs, the bar was already roaring, and east, the ring burned just a little hotter. The bar behind him roared with broken laughter and off-key hymns. Glasses clinked, boots scuffed wood. Somewhere, a piano tried to hold a tune and failed. Elijah stepped out into the light like a man walking into something he already saw coming. The sky was thick with stars. No moon. Just open dark. The wind kicked dry grit across the road, lifting old wrappers and sun-bleached bones from the street gutters. Above, the shattered sign that once read, Paradise Casino, buzzed weakly, the sea flickering like it couldn't decide if it still believed in the word. He lit a thin match on his boot, touched it to the stub of a cigar, and walked. The stables were a few blocks off, half collapsed and boarded in places, but dry and well kept. The stable hand was long gone, passed out dead or drunk. Didn't matter. Elijah opened the stall and found Luther waiting. The black horse was broad-shouldered and still as stone, only the twitch of an ear acknowledging Elijah's approach. He was a huge beast of burden, a Clydesdale, fit for fighting, fit for whatever Elijah and the Lord required. His eyes were calm and unmoving. He didn't stomp, didn't shake, just turned his head as Elijah reached for the tack. "You remember Ashvale?" Elijah murmured. Luther blinked slowly. "Good. I sure as hell ain't forgot." The ritual was quiet. Not holy, not magical, just methodical and reverent. Elijah rolled out the bedroll, laid out the tools, and got to work. He checked Saint Breaker first. The cylinder clicked clean. Every bullet accounted for. The binding bullet, unused, gleamed faintly in the lantern light. He spun it once, slowly, then closed it with a practiced flick. He had still yet to replace the binding bullet from Ashvale. He now only had one. The psalm blade came next, pulled from its sheath and run across a leather cloth. No nicks, still sharp. He wrapped a single link of the chain of Golgotha around the hilt, not for combat, just to remind the blade what it was meant to do. The Scourge Bible was open last. Elijah flipped past Ash Street's pages until he found the most recent margin notes. Dried blood near the bottom. A town's name written in smudged pencil. Ashvale. Below it a single word. Mouther. He stared at it a moment longer than he needed to, then closed the book and strapped it to the small of his back beneath his coat. The ring of flame pulsed once, just enough to warm the bone. Elijah pulled the finger bone of Saint Merciful from its reliquary and checked the clasp. Still sealed, still holy, still heavy. He stood, stretched the pain from his spine, and looked at Luther. "No idea what we're riding into," he said, voice low and certain. "But the ring's heating up." Luther shifted just once. Elijah took one last drag from the cigar, crushed the ember beneath his boot, and threw his coat over his shoulders. The world didn't give him a sign. It never did. The only signs to be trusted would come from God himself, in the ring. He led Luther out of the stall and into the dark, where the road waited without welcome. The lights of the old city shrank behind him, a blur of rusted neon and cracked glass swallowed by the dark. As Luther trotted slowly along the broken highway, Elijah didn't look back. There was nothing worth remembering behind him. The only thing that ever mattered was what burned ahead. The stars above were sharp and cold, too many of them now that the sky had no satellites or smog to hide the view. They looked down on the land like distant watchers, patient, uncaring, and ancient. Elijah rode through what had once been suburbs. Now they were bone gardens. Ruined cul-de-sacs stretched to the horizon, husks of homes with walls blackened by fire and time. God's judgment of the sundering from the time before reigned hard here in the city of sin. The places which were the most unholy seemed to have been treated the worst. A playground lay half buried in red sand, its side melted down one side. A child's tricycle embedded in a tree like it had been thrown there by the hand of God. There was no wind, only dust that moved like breath from a sleeping beast. Luther's hooves echoed down a cracked overpass. Below, a dry river ran down through shattered concrete. The world had bled out here. You could feel it in your teeth. The ring on Elijah's finger burned. Throughout the night and throughout the day, Elijah had crossed into Badland country. Scrub bush and salt flats, low hills and bleached rock spires. He dismounted in a narrow canyon choked with wind and old broken fence posts. That's when he heard them. Too light for boots, too fast for man. Ghouls. They always came in small packs out here, crawling from the caves like rats in need of meat. Elijah didn't curse, didn't reach for Saintbreaker. He stepped away from Luther, letting the horse back against the slope, and drew the saw blade in one fluid motion. They came out of the shadows, half-hunched, bones jutting where they shouldn't, eyes glowing pale like blind fish that had learned to hunt. Their mouths were open too wide. One of them hissed, long and sharp like a cat in heat. 4 of them. That was all. Elijah didn't move. The first one lunged, low, fast, bone spike arms raised. He sidestepped and brought the blade across his neck. The silver cut through cartilage and tendon like it was made for nothing else. The body dropped before the head finished turning. The second was smarter. It came from the side, but Elijah had already stepped into its blind spot, spun the blade up, and drove it beneath the creature's chin. The tip punched through the crown of his skull like a wet crack. He pulled the blade free and ducked. The third swiped at him, a jagged claw, but the saw blade came up and caught the arm at the elbow, then the knee, then the throat. Fast and surgical. It crumpled, twitching. The last one hesitated. Its jaw clicked open, unhinging sideways like a spider's mandibles. Elijah locked eyes with it. The ghoul ran. He let it. He wiped the blade on one of the corpses and sheathed it. Didn't speak, didn't pray. There was no reason to thank God for making him a killer. He just got back to work. That night, Elijah made camp beneath a rusted billboard that once advertised perfume or pills. The wind bit at the fire, but he kept it small, just enough to heat his hands and ward off anything weaker than guilt. He ate from a tin, drank from a blackened canteen, didn't sleep with both eyes closed. Before he lay down, he looked up at the stars again and whispered a single line. Not scripture, just memory. Ain't no rest. The fire crackled, and Elijah took to sleep for the night. The sun rose red and slow behind Elijah as he rode east. The light cut across the flats in long spears, throwing shadows from rusted guardrails and dead cacti. The old highway beneath Luther's hooves cracked and groaned like it hated being remembered. The air smelled of sun-baked metal and dry blood gone to dust. He didn't speak, just rode, the rhythm of the horse and the wind carving a kind of meditation out of the silence. A buzzard circled once overhead, then another. They didn't land. Whatever they were waiting for hadn't died yet. By noon, the terrain had changed again, less open now and more treacherous. Valleys of blackened stone carved by heat that hadn't come from sun or magma, but something older. Broken fence posts marked a road that no longer connected anywhere. Signs pointed east, still clinging to the names of towns that hadn't drawn breath in decades. Red Bluff, Mercy Hollow, Galilee. Elijah didn't stop riding until the dust on the horizon resolved into shape. Not ruins, not monsters. People. A caravan, 5 wagons deep, rolling west. Wood painted, sun-bleached cloth flapping like prayer flags. No guards, no guns on show. Just smiling faces and raised voices. Elijah slowed Luther as they neared. One of the riders waved. "Traveler, you headed toward the light, then?" Elijah didn't answer. A woman walked alongside the third wagon, handing out papers. "The gospel of flame, the new word of the Lord, come and be made whole." Children in rags sang in unison from the back of a flatbed. "He walks on fire, he sings with angels, he holds the light in his hands." One of the men waved Elijah closer. His smile was too wide and his eyes too bright. "You're from far out? St. Michael's a real thing, friend. I seen him raise a woman from her own grave. Her flesh was green and bloated, and she opened her eyes and wept with joy." Elijah looked at him flatly. The man faltered just a little. "Well, he speaks with the messenger itself, you know. An angel, a real one. Wings like sunlight and a voice that makes the wind stop. You'll see." "I'll see," Elijah said and nudged Luther on. As they passed, one of the wagons started playing music from a broken speaker. Recorded chants warped by age and static. They sang of light. They never mentioned God by name. The ring burned in his hand. Just faint enough to ignore, but not faint enough to forget. By dusk, the land opened again. Long red plains and jagged foothills looming in the distance like crooked teeth. New Galilee was near. He could feel it. Not in the ground, not in the air, but in the silence. The way the wind stopped carrying sound. The way the stars felt to come early. Elijah made camp in the hollow of an old shipping yard. Rusted containers stacked like tombs, their doors chained shut by time or warning. He built no fire tonight, just rolled out of his bedroll, sat with his back against a container, and opened the Scourge's Bible. It didn't flip, it didn't hum, just waited. So did he. He watched the dark for a long time before sleep finally came, and in his dreams, a voice not his own whispered scripture that didn't exist. After he woke, he began his journey again. Elijah crested the ridge just after midday, the wind dead at his back and the summer like a hammer overhead. He'd seen towns before, ruins, dust-blown shells, cannibal outposts dressed in scripture and rot. But this one was different. Clean. White stone, new walls. Banners made of real cloth and not from skin. From a distance, New Galilee looked like a place that had never been touched by the sundering. It unsettled him more than the wasteland ever had. The streets were empty as he entered. No children, no hawkers, no beggars. Just rows of neatly kept buildings. Fresh paint on old wood. Verses carved into door frames in a language half the world had forgotten. The ring on his finger pulsed once. Elijah rode slow through the first few blocks. The silence wasn't dead. It was waiting. Then he heard it. The sound rose like thunder wrapped in music. Voices, hundreds of them shouting, singing, cheering all at once. It came from deeper in town. He turned the corner and saw the cause. A great scaffold stood in the center of New Galilee, built from salvaged beams and steel rods, towering high over the gathered crowd. Hundreds, maybe 1,000 people stood shoulder to shoulder in the square. Some wept, some sang. Others simply stared with mouths open like they were breathing for the first time. At the top of the scaffold stood a man dressed in robes white as ash and gold trimmed like sunlight through a chapel window. His hair was silver, his face lean and sculpted. He didn't pace. He didn't shout. He spoke with a voice that carried like it was made of thunder and honey. Saint Michael. "And lo," he said, arms spread, "the Lord did not come to punish, but to perfect. He did not send wrath, he sent light. Not the kind that burns, but the kind that wakes the soul." The crowd roared. A wave of noise, raw and desperate, rolled through the square like it could knock down the scaffold. Elijah stopped just short of the crowd's edge. He dismounted and tied a Luther to an old fence post. No one noticed him. No one cared. Michael continued. "The old world worshipped from fear. They begged mercy from a vengeful throne, but that was not God. That was man's shadow cast across the heavens. This," he raised a hand to the sky, and a shaft of sunlight pierced through the clouds. "This is God's true face." Another roar. Someone fell to their knees sobbing. Michael lowered his hands and motioned to the steps. 2 men brought forth a child, a boy, maybe 10, with twisted legs and milky film over his eyes. He was carried on a blanket. The crowd quieted at once. "His name is Jonah," Michael said. "He was broken. The world told him he would die that way, but the Lord does not create what he cannot restore." He knelt beside the boy. Elijah watched, narrowing his eyes. The ring was quiet. The Bible under his coat didn't stir. Michael placed one hand on the child's brow and whispered something the crowd couldn't hear. Then it happened. A golden light, soft but real, began to rise from Michael's hand. It spread across the boy's skin like oil catching fire. The child cried out once, sharp and afraid, then fell silent. The crowd held its breath. The boy blinked. The clouds above parted further, sunlight hitting the scaffold like benediction. The boy moved his legs. He moved them. One foot shifted, then the other. The crowd exploded. He opened his eyes and the milky white film that was on them was gone. People screamed praise, shouted scripture, collapsed to the ground. Grown men wept openly. Women held their babies like relics. A blind woman near the front shouted, "He is the flame made flesh!" Elijah stood motionless. The boy sat up. Michael smiled and helped him to his feet. The child stepped forward once, then again, wobbling but upright. His hands trembled. Saint Michael didn't gloat. He didn't shout. He just smiled like a man who had finally been proven right. The noise washed over the square in crashing waves. Elijah stepped back into the shade of a column. He pressed the back of his hand to his coat. The ring was warmer now. Not burning, but no peace. He watched the crowd. watched Michael, watched the boy walk. If this was a lie, it was wearing truth too well. He touched the scourge Bible at his back, still closed. But he felt it. The pressure, the shift, the shadow that smelled like salvation. He'd seen men play God before, but this might be something worse. And it was only just the beginning. The sun was low by the time Elijah returned to the center of New Galilee. The light fell hard against the whitewashed buildings, casting long shadows across the dirt alleys and tight, spotless streets. Everything about the town looked too clean, too planned, like someone had taken the chaos out of human living and boiled it down to something brittle and sanitary. He'd spent the better part of the day walking it with Luther at his side, leading the horse through back lanes, outer roads, alleys that curved behind homes where voices rose and fell in rhythms he didn't like. Sermons leaked from open windows, chants echoed from rooftops. Even the children played quiet, drawing symbols in dust instead of kicking stones or wrestling like they should. Every door frame had a word or phrase carved into it. Blessings, names, titles. But none of them mentioned Christ. None of them spoke of sin or sacrifice. Only flame, light, and the messenger. That alone was enough to make the ring on his finger twitch. They watched him, these people. Not with fear, not with suspicion, but with indifference. Elijah knew better than most. When a town stopped noticing strangers, something stronger than fear was holding their leash. By the time dusk set in, he'd seen what he needed to see. Not enough to name it, not yet, but enough to know that whatever spirit ruled this place, it wasn't interested in questions. He led Luther to a low-slung stable beside a shallow well and tied him off beneath a slatted awning. The horse exhaled heavily, stomping once before going still. Elijah rested a hand against his flank for a moment. Not for comfort, just acknowledgement, then turned toward the nearest light. The inn had no name, just a wooden sign cracked with age, showing a burned-in lantern and a crooked cross that someone had tried to scratch off halfway. It swung in the breeze like a broken metronome, creaking with each pass. Inside, the room was dim and hot. Lanterns glowed along the walls, and a fire snapped behind a battered iron gate. The scent of smoke, sweat, and boiled meat clung to the air. A dozen or so patrons filled the space, mostly men, worn-faced and quiet, hunched over cups or playing cards without speaking. No music, no laughter. Elijah stepped inside, letting the door close behind him with a soft wooden thud. The bar sat in the far left corner. Behind it stood a broad-shouldered woman with forearms like forged iron and a sharp braid tied tight against her spine. Her face had the look of someone who'd seen fights end two ways, fast and bloody, or long and worse. She glanced up as Elijah approached. Didn't smile, didn't speak. Just poured a drink into a dented tin cup and slid it across the bar. Elijah caught it without a word and took a long sip. The liquor was heavy, grainy, probably half fuel. A man like him didn't wince. The woman eyed him for a moment longer, then turned to polish a glass that didn't need polishing. Elijah leaned on the bar with one elbow, turning the cup slowly in his fingers. The light in here felt strange, soft and flickering, but without warmth. Like it was here out of obligation, not welcome. He let his eyes drift across the room, sweeping the booths and tables. The people slouched in their rituals. No one met his gaze. This place seemed different than the rest of the town. Like they weren't all in on what was going on. But in the far corner near the fire, 4 men hunched over their drinks, shadows cutting across their faces. Grizzled, hard-built. Not followers, not preachers. Men with hands like tools and eyes that didn't trust sunlight. He didn't catch their words, just one. Michael. The name wasn't said like a prayer, it was said like a curse. Elijah took another sip. The men in the corner didn't glance his way again, but their posture changed. Not much, just enough. Shoulders tensed. One man's hand drifted from his cup to rest on the table's edge. A casual move if you didn't know what it looked like to prepare for violence. Elijah finished his drink, set the cup down slow and pushed off the bar. He crossed the floor like a man walking through smoke. Slow, quiet, certain. When he reached their table, none of them looked up. He pulled out the empty chair. Didn't ask, just sat. The fire popped behind them, and somewhere upstairs a floorboard creaked. The rest of the inn held its breath. The man on the far left, bald, neck with sun-scarred tattoos, glanced at him sideways. "You lost?" "No." "You a preacher?" "No." "Then why the fuck you sitting?" Elijah leaned back slightly, letting his coat part just enough to show the knife handle at his side and Saint Breaker on the other. Not a threat, not a warning, just a truth. "I got a question about your saint." That got their attention. The man across from him, older, maybe 60, beard like barbed wire and a broken nose healed wrong, barked a short laugh without smiling. "You got a question, huh? That's bold. How about that? We got a man with questions." The one on the end, tall and narrow, finally looked up. "Shit ain't free around here." Elijah nodded once. He raised his hand and yelled for a round of beers at the table. The barmaid made her way over and poured without a word. He didn't wait for a thank you. The bearded man took his drink, sniffed it once like it might still hold poison, and drank deep. The others followed. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the tall one said, "All right, ask a question." Elijah didn't speak, just rested his forearms on the table. "You're not here for the sermons?" "No." "You're one of them zealots from the south? The ones who think flame's just a symbol and God's in the soil?" "No." The tall one grunted. "Then what the hell are you?" Elijah didn't answer. The men looked at each other. Small, quiet looks. Weight exchanged in glances. These weren't churchmen. These were the kind who buried bodies without prayer and never carved names on the markers. The bald one spoke up. "We've been here a long time. Before the robes, before the light shows. When Galilee was just a pile of shit and rust like every other place." He sipped his drink. "Michael came 5 years ago, preacher type. Gentle voice, carried a staff, not a gun. Read scripture in the square. Folks liked it. He fed people, dug wells, helped repair the north wall when the rotters came. He was real back then, or close enough," one of the men chimed in. Elijah's eyes didn't move. "What changed?" The tall man exhaled slow through his nose. "The light. That fucking thing," one of them muttered. "The messenger," one of them said, and the way he said it made it feel like the word was a disease. Elijah waited. "It came down on one of Michael's sermons, first time anyway. Light fell through the clouds, bright white and hot, like glass shattering in your soul. Nobody could look straight at it. We all dropped. I saw men scream like they were being peeled on the inside. The bald man tapped his temple with his 2 fingers. Changed him, Michael. After that, started writing new verses, said God was speaking again. Healing people, preaching miracles. No more wrath, no more judgment, just light, always light, never about sin. Did the miracles work? Elijah asked. The table fell quiet for a long moment. The old one, the one who hadn't said much yet, finally spoke. They work. They shine like all get out. People walk who shouldn't. Tumors disappear and crops bloom in ash. He looked up then, and his eyes were hollow. But it don't last. Elijah narrowed his gaze slightly. I had a daughter, named Eloise. Got the sickness bad. Lungs were blackening. Couldn't walk. I carried her to the pulpit myself. Michael laid hands on her. Light came. Her skin glowed and she laughed. First laugh I'd heard in months. She walked for 5 days, and then on the 6th she started coughing again. On the 7th, her lungs didn't give out. They filled, like she was drowning from the inside. She died screaming and no one came. The silence around the table was a different kind now. Michael didn't see her? Elijah asked. The man shook his head. He didn't even remember her name. The bald one leaned in. They don't forget just the miracles. They forget people. The ones who die, it's like they never existed. Records go missing. Graves vanish, folks don't talk about them. Like they were never here. That's the part that scares me. Not the light, not the monster, the forgetting. Elijah's hand drifted slightly toward the edge of his coat. The ring pulsed, faint but steady. You said monster, Elijah said. The man nodded slowly. Not many have seen it, but those that have don't last long. Sometimes it's in the woods. Sometimes near the chapel when no one's there. What does it look like? The bald man drained his drink. Like something trying to wear heaven's face. The fire popped behind them. No one flinched. Elijah let the silence stretch. He knew not to crowd it. He glanced down at the ring on his hand. The obsidian shimmered faintly, inner script pulsing like breath. Not burning, not yet, but no longer still. You seen this messenger? Elijah asked, eyes still on the table. The tall man shook his head. Not clearly. Some have and some haven't. I saw it once, the old man muttered. At night. Not directly, just shadows. Too many arms. The light bent wrong about it. Hurt to look too long. Elijah looked at him. You ever tell anyone? The old man smiled. Not with warmth. With something bitter and rotted. Told the priest, told the choir, told my neighbor. He took a long drink. They all forgot. Elijah blinked once. What do you mean? I mean, next day they didn't remember the story or me telling it. Sometimes didn't remember I'd been there. Others thought my daughter died years ago, not days. Something's eating memory in this town, not just people, but the pieces of them. He wiped his mouth with a shaky hand. I only remember it because I wrote it down. He tapped his chest. Paper's sewn in my coat. I don't read it unless I have to. The bald one grunted. You're saying too much. No, we waited too long. Someone needs to burn it all down. I have a theory. Those who have seen its true form in any way aren't under its power the way the others are. If you've given yourself over to and believe in it, it can change your mind and memory. The bearded man looked hard at Elijah. Are you here to burn it? Elijah didn't answer. The man leaned back, arms crossed. If you are, you better be good at it. Flame here don't act normal. You strike a match in the wrong place, you might light up your own name and not remember you had one. Another beat of silence. The tall one tilted his head slightly. You ain't a preacher, you ain't a zealot, but you got the look of someone with God's ear. Elijah didn't smile, didn't move. I ain't got his ear, he said quietly. I've been given his job. The bearded man's mouth twitched at the corners. Not quite a smile, but close. Well, then you better start soon. Why's that? The old man lowered his voice. Because the next miracle's tomorrow. And the more of them he does, the more people disappear. Elijah drained the last of his drink in one motion and set the tin cup down with a dull thud. The men said nothing else. There was nothing else to say. He pushed the chair back and stood. No farewells, no nods. Just a look, flat and full of understanding. Elijah dropped a silver coin on the table. On one side was a burning bush. The other, a man crucified wearing a crown of thorns. And with that he turned and walked away. The rest of the inn was still in its own orbit. A woman whispered at the bar. A man coughed into a napkin and looked at the blood like it owed him an apology. A pair of younger men sat at a shadowed table, hands clasped in prayer, but their lips didn't move. Elijah moved up the stairs, each step groaning under his boots. He walked the hall with one hand resting on the chain in his belt, passing doors marked with fading numbers, each closed tight. His room was small, bare walls, low rafters, a bed that looked like it would groan under the weight of memory alone, a basin in the corner and a single cracked window. The floor was uneven, boards loose in places. He stepped over them without thinking. He always found the soft spots first. He took off his coat and hung it over the back of the single chair. Then he unstrapped the scorched Bible from beneath it and laid it on the table. Ash smudged the corners of the pages like it had survived 100 fires. And maybe it had. He opened it. The pages didn't move. No flipping, no wind, no message. Just the silence between what was and what would be. He stared at the blank space at the bottom of one page, just wide enough to write another name. But he didn't. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, hand at his mouth. The ring pulsed gently, a dull heat like coal under his skin. It wasn't warning him yet, but it was watching. He looked out the window. Across the street, the chapel's steeple rose into the black sky. No light flickered behind the stained glass, but something burned faintly there. Something not fire and not warmth. He'd seen enough to understand one thing for certain. The people of New Galilee weren't worshiping a man. They were belonging to something else, and it was hungry. Elijah closed his eyes to get what rest he could. The sky hadn't changed by the time Elijah rose from the edge of the bed. Just that same faint glow behind the chapel tower, like the moon had tried to burn through the clouds and failed. He hadn't slept, not really. Sleep never came easy anymore, and when it didn't stay long. There was no peace in dreaming. Not for men like him. He buckled his coat, checked the cinch on the scourged Bible at his back, and tightened the strap holding the fingerbone of St. Merciful across his chest. Everything was already in place. The ring on his finger was warm again, still subtle but more insistent now, like a low voice humming through bone. It never told him where to go, just when it was time to move. And it was time. He left the inn before the sun breached the rooftops. New Galilee still slept, or pretended to. The streets were cold, too clean, every door shut. Smoke rose from chimneys, but no one spoke. No dogs barked, no children stirred. He found Luther tethered beneath the awning beside the well, waiting exactly as he left him. Elijah ran a hand along the horse's neck, slow, calm, then mounted and turned east, away from the chapel, toward the edge of town and whatever was pulling the ring like a hook under skin. The farther he rode, the more the light bent wrong. By the time the sun began to bleed over the hills, he had found it. A place beyond the farms, tucked in behind a line of broken irrigation troughs and rusted-out water tanks. There was a collapsed windmill nearby, half swallowed by brush, the metal creaking just barely in the breeze. And there, just beyond it, sat the pit. He slowed Luther, dismounted without a word, and tied the reins to a crooked post. The wind had shifted. He could smell it now. Not rot in the usual sense. Not death with meat still clinging to it. This was something else. Something sour. Like a promise that had gone to seed. The pit wasn't fresh, but it wasn't completely forgotten. It had been dug quick, wide, ragged. A spade's worth, not a shovel. The dirt tossed carelessly aside, sun-hardened and dark. And in the center of it, a body. Her body was twisted, limbs bent in unnatural angles, dress half shredded and stained across the back and thighs. Her hands were curled inward like she died clutching something she couldn't hold. Her eyes were open, glazed, mouth slightly parted, teeth broken. Elijah didn't flinch. He crouched at the edge of the pit and looked without blinking. She'd been dumped. Not buried, not blessed, not mourned. Discarded. And the worst part wasn't the death. It was how clear it was that no one had meant to come back for her. He scanned the dirt around the edges. Shallow ruts, half-covered mounds. One here, another farther back. This wasn't the first pit. He stood slowly, eyes still on the woman's face. The ring on his finger flared briefly, hot enough to make him flex his hand. It passed just as quickly. Then he saw it, half pinned beneath a stone not far from her foot. A page. He stepped into the pit, knelt, and pulled it loose. Parchment, thicker than anything printed. Nowhere fresh ink. Handwritten scripture, not from the Bible, but labeled the Gospel of Flame. Chapter 11. Cast out the body. The soul has already risen. He stared at the words until the corners of the page started to curl in the heat of his hand. Then he folded it once, twice, and slid it into the back of the scourged Bible. The sky above him was cloudless, empty. Not even the vultures circled. He looked back at the woman. No one had carved a name, no marker, no verse. No one had prayed. Not even Saint Michael. He went back to the saddlebags and pulled out his entrenching tool. The blade still held a black spot from the blood he hadn't managed to wash out. Then he knelt beside the pit and started to dig. The ground was dry, stubborn, and full of stone. He dug anyway. The motion was steady, quiet, meditative. This wasn't penance, it wasn't mercy. It was respect. He laid the woman gently in the hole, straightened her arms as best he could, and covered her in silence. No prayers, no false light, just soil and gravity. When it was done, he pressed the shovel into the ground, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. No wind, no whisper, but the ring stayed warm, and that was enough. He turned back toward town, and the chapel waited for him, its tower rising black against the growing light. The walk back into town felt longer. The sun had fully risen now, casting clean gold across whitewashed walls and red dust roads. Birds chirped from rooftops, and children played quietly in tidy rows outside a schoolhouse. A woman passed by Elijah carrying a basket of loaves, smiling gently, lips moving in silent prayer. From the outside, it looked like peace, but it didn't feel like it. Elijah moved slow, dust clinging to his boots and the sleeves of his coat. The earth beneath his nails was still fresh from the burial, and his knuckles ached from the shovel. His hands were dry and calloused, not for holding books. Which was why it stopped him cold when he saw the boy, 8, maybe 9, sitting cross-legged near a brick painter in the middle of the street, gospel aflame in his lap. His lips moved as he read softly to himself, finger under the words, following the line. His brow furrowed like he understood every word. Elijah slowed. The boy didn't look up. He passed 3 more readers in the space of a block. 2 women outside a bakery, reading together from a shared copy. A man sitting on a stoop, muttering the verses under his breath. A girl writing passages in chalk on a wooden board nailed to the side of a well. It struck Elijah harder than the miracle had. The sundering had collapsed everything. Governments, banks, cities. But more than that, it had wiped out literacy. After the fires fell and the sky broke, books stopped being read and started being burned. For heat, for hatred, for fear. The only ones who still read were the ones who ruled. The cults, the scholars holed up in mountain monasteries, some preachers, and fewer prophets. And even those were dying out. But here, everyone read. They didn't just revere the text, they devoured it. Elijah and Luther passed a mural being painted in the alley between 2 buildings. A man in white with the hands of gold raising a blind woman from her knees. She wept light. Words floated from his mouth, painted midair in brilliant looping calligraphy. The painter looked back at Elijah and nodded like he'd known him all his life. Elijah didn't return it. He walked to the square. A booth had been set up beneath a silk-draped canopy, manned by a younger man with blonde hair and an earnest smile. He wore linen robes, a ring of copper with a carved flame on it, and a pendant that pulsed faintly against his chest. Not with magic, but with some kind of rhythm. Scripture hummed from a speaker beside him, recited in a voice too smooth to be human. "Elijah Mandrake," the man said before Elijah even spoke. Elijah paused. The man laughed, not mocking. "You're not hard to spot. Your reputation precedes you." He held out a bound tome, thick, clean, black leather pressed and oiled. "A gift. The Gospel of Flame. It's growing, but this version is nearly complete." Elijah didn't take it. "What's it say?" The man smiled. "Only the truth. The one God meant to give us after we were ready." "Which God?" "The one that brings light, not judgment." Elijah took the book. The moment it touched him, the ring burned with a white-hot intensity. It was heavier than it looked. He stepped back from the table, flipping through the first few pages. The lettering was hand-done, painstaking. Each chapter opened with ornate gold-leaf verse, luminous and elegant. It looked like scripture and it read like song. But it wasn't. There was no mention of wrath, of sin, no warning. Sacrifice had been replaced by devotion. Sin had been replaced by distance. God was named only once, as the first flame. Everything else referred to the messenger. And then he scanned to the last chapter. Blank. A note was written at the bottom in a soft, flowing hand. The gospel is alive. It writes itself through us. Elijah's jaw clenched. He closed the book and slipped it into his coat. Then he stepped away from the booth, walking back toward the edge of town, past a group of children reciting stanzas from memory. We are not fallen, we are chosen. We are not broken, we are fire. The ring of flame seared briefly against his finger. A hot snap, sharp enough to make his knuckle twitch. Not a warning, an accusation. And still the scourged Bible stayed closed. Too deep, too cloaked. Whatever this power was, it had learned how to hide inside the folds of light. For now, Elijah didn't speak, didn't pray. He walked until the scripture faded behind him, and only the wind remembered his name. He found Luther, and the two of them left the town. What had to be done next had to be done in solitude. Elijah had chosen this place well. A low ridge cut into the earth like the hollow of a forgotten scar. The hills around him were bare. Nothing but red clay, wind-bitten brush and stone. The sky stretched wide, pale and merciless. He had pitched his canvas lean-to by noon on the first day. No fire, no horse tethered nearby. Luther had been sent off into the hills to graze on what little the earth offered. This was work Elijah did alone, and it had to be done in silence. The ring on his hand had stopped burning. Now it simply pulsed, a steady metronomic throb like a heartbeat not his own. It meant he was in the right place, the right moment, the hour of pain. He spread his tools on a flat stone like a priest preparing the altar. A shallow copper bowl, a piece of raw parchment torn from the scourged Bible's back pages, the sacrificial kind, meant to be used and meant to burn. A silver awl, a narrow coil of the chain of Golgotha, blackened from the last ritual, sacred oil, and a single, unshaped bullet casing. He sat cross-legged before the altar, drew a blade across his palm without ceremony. Blood filled the bowl, dark, quiet, no flinch, no prayer. He mixed in a spoon of scripture ash, a drop of oil, and let the parchment soak. When night came, he did not sleep. He laid flat in the dirt, watching the stars, eyes unblinking, and they whispered in his bones. The second day hurt before it began. Elijah's stomach clawed at itself. His mouth was dry. Flames danced at the edges of his vision, but none dared land. He unrolled the final tool from its oilskin wrap. A flagellum. Short leather grip. Dozens of tasseled cords, some tipped in lead pellets, others fixed with bone shards, wire curls, even a rusted nail. It was ceremonial. It was punishment. It was to reflect Christ's pain and sacrifice. Every inch of it had purpose. He rose from the ground slowly, bones stiff and spine aching. The ritual wasn't complete until the pain had been carved into his flesh. The binding bullet didn't accept theory. It demanded blood. Not just shed, but offered. He stripped his shirt and coat, bearing his back to the dry wind. The flesh there was already scored from old work. Faded stripes, punctured scars, marks like scripture burned by lash. the new ones would need to be deeper. He gripped the handle, took one breath, and struck. The first lash landed across his shoulder blades with a sickening wet slap. The ball bearings hit like stones. The bone fragments ripped. Blood welled immediately. Skin split. Elijah didn't cry out. The second blow landed lower, then the third. He adjusted his angle, changed his stance, moved with the rhythm of the chain in his belt, whispering scripture between clenched teeth. By the 10th lash, blood ran freely. By the 20th, it ran down his ribs and soaked into the waistband of his trousers. Every strike was deliberate, measured. The whip bit into him with the memory of every death he'd ever delivered, every judgment he'd ever carried, every time he'd written in the margins of the Bible. He didn't do it for redemption. He did it because holiness has a price. At 30, he staggered. His vision doubled. His hands trembled, but he didn't stop. He swung again, and again, and again, until 40 lashes had kissed his back in red fury, until the pain burned into something clean, holy, not absence of pain, but acceptance. He dropped the whip, fell forward, hands catching in the dirt. The wind blew across his back, cooling the blood. The cuts pulsed with his heartbeat, fresh and hot. Every breath was fire, and still he prayed. Not aloud, just in the meat of his thoughts. God didn't need to hear him. He needed to be heard. When Elijah stood again, the sun had begun to dip. He took the bullet casing, now dried from its soak in the blood-oil-ash mixture, and placed it into the coil of the chain. He drew the saw blade and carved a single word into the shell of the silver awl. Bind. The letters were jagged and uneven, not beautiful, just true. He wrapped the parchment around the casing, tied it shut with a sliver of chain, and pressed it to the still bleeding meat of his back. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out the scourge Bible. It flipped, not by his hand. Pages turned too fast, stopping near the middle. There, in the white margin of the right page, new ink bled through like it had always been there. This is not the end, but it is the answer. Elijah nodded once, wrapped the bullet casing in cloth, and the ring on his finger cooled just for a moment, just long enough to let him breathe. Elijah slept, and when he woke up, the wind had picked up by dawn. Not enough to lift the dust, but just enough to move it. A slow crawl across the valley floor, like even the earth itself didn't want to stay still anymore. Elijah sat with his back against a sun-bleached boulder, eyes half closed, his coat draped across his shoulders like a shroud. He hadn't slept much, not since the lashes, not since the fire in his spine cooled and left that low, humming pain he could still feel behind his teeth. The binding bullet sat in a cloth bundle in front of him, untouched since the moment he'd finished it. He hadn't loaded it into Saintbreaker yet. Not because he feared it wouldn't work, but because he feared what it meant if he might need it. A bird croaked overhead. Not a crow, not a scavenger, but something smaller. Thin bone, still alive somehow. It perched on a rock across from him, cocked its head once, and flew off without a sound. Elijah watched it go. His hand brushed over the ring of flame. He looked toward the horizon. From this angle, the chapel of New Galilee looked like a tooth growing sideways out of the land, wrong and out of place. A thorn carved from white stone, the banner at its peak, golden flame on black cloth, fluttered faintly in the wind, though no other wind had touched the valley. He exhaled slow. "You ever think," he said, not sure if he meant it for God or himself, "that maybe this place ain't fixable?" The ring didn't answer. It never did, not directly. He closed his eyes, tried to remember the last time he had rest that wasn't just quiet, and tried to remember the sound of his own voice when it wasn't giving warnings or delivering judgment. Tried to remember the name of the last person he saved who hadn't needed saving a week later. Nothing came. Just the image of the woman in the pit, the boy with the broken legs, the crowd that screamed joy over lies. He looked down at his hands, one still raw from flagellation, one steady on his knee. "You see it all," he whispered to the sky. "So you already know what I'll do." The Bible at his back pressed against him like a second spine. He reached into his coat, pulled Saintbreaker, opened the cylinder, and slid the binding bullet into the chamber with a soft click. It settled like it belonged there. Elijah stood, let the dust fall from his coat, adjusted the Bible strap, brushed the blood off his collar with a slow, tired hand. He didn't look back. He whistled long and hard, and Luther came trotting out from the plains. With all of his equipment and gear packed up, he made his way back to the town of New Galilee. The wind followed as he began to walk into town. The bells were already ringing when Elijah returned to New Galilee. Not to the sound of iron and dust, but something cleaner and clearer. Glass chimes, delicate and tuned to a near-perfect harmony, rang out across the white stone towers and banner-lined alleys of the town. They didn't call to prayer. They beckoned. Like music from a dream you didn't want to wake from. The crowd had gathered by the hundreds, more than he remembered. He moved through them slowly, boots grinding against the polished stone, dust still clinging to the hem of his coat. His shoulder ached. His back throbbed beneath his shirt, lashes fresh and raw reopened with every step. The binding bullet sat cold on his belt, chambered and waiting in Saintbreaker. He didn't speak, didn't draw looks. The crowd had no room for outsiders. They were already inside something together. Saint Michael stood at the center of it all, atop a high, circular platform at the center of the square. Oak pillars and silk banners framed him from behind, golden cloth fluttering with every breath of wind. His robes were radiant, not white, but something cleaner than white, like light filtered through gold leaf. His arms were raised and his head bowed as if listening. Then he lifted his chin and opened his eyes, and the sermon began. "Brothers, sisters, children of the new covenant." His voice carried over the crowd like sunlight through fog. "You have come far. You have suffered long. The world broke around us, didn't it?" The crowd murmured agreement. Heads nodded. Some already wept. The skies fell. The fire came. Cities turned to ash. The old words grew brittle and the old laws snapped like bones in the heat. We asked where he had gone. We asked why he was silent. Michael's voice rose strong and clear. But I tell you now, He was never gone. Cheers rose up, rolling like thunder. Michael didn't pause. He fed off of it. He waited for us. He waited for the world to die so we could be made new. And here now today, we are no longer survivors. He held both arms out to the crowd. We are not sinners clinging to forgiveness. We are the light reborn. The crowd erupted. Elijah stood still near the edge of the square, watching the faces. Some people stood on crates and barrels to see better. Others lifted children to their shoulders, and tears streaked down cheeks. Hands reached skyward. The names of angels were whispered. Michael smiled, letting the noise swell and fall. And I say this to you not as a prophet, but as a witness, because I have seen them. The crowd leaned in, every soul silent, held. I have seen the messenger, he said, reverent now, his voice soft. I have heard the voice of the first flame. I have been shown a new covenant. Not one of law, not one of punishment, but a promise. He stepped slowly across the platform. The light hit him just so. The crowd gasped. There is no wrath in the flame. There is no judgment in God. There is no need for blood, only belief. Elijah's eyes narrowed. Michael stopped, facing the crowd again. And to those who still carry the chains of guilt, hear this. You are already clean. You were never broken. There is no sin in you, only silence. And he has come to fill it. A woman near the front collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Two others caught her in their arms. They didn't pray. They just held her, nodding, as if this was the only truth that had ever mattered. Michael raised one hand. The world that was, it shackled you with shame. It made you kneel, but here... He opened both arms. You stand in the flame and in the light and in truth. The crowd cried out. Some clapped. Others just shouted praise. Not to God, not to Christ, but to Michael. Saint Michael, the mouth of the messenger. The ring on Elijah's hand burned hotter than it had since the chapel in Ashvale. Not enough to blister, but enough to whisper now. But Elijah didn't move. Not yet. He waited. Michael turned again, pacing slow across the dais, hands behind his back like a teacher among students. I know some of you doubt. Some of you wonder how this could be real. How the fire that fell can be holy. How miracles can be made without sacrifice, and how the flame can speak without scripture. He stopped, looked out over the crowd. I will show you. The crowd hushed. I will walk the word. I will place my life in his hands as he placed the world in mine. And then he walked to the edge of the platform. There was no fanfare, no dramatic chant. Just belief. So strong, so pure, it felt like gravity itself would break for it. Michael looked up toward the sky. And then, without a word, he leapt. He should have fallen, but he didn't. He floated. Just above the edge of the platform, arms spread, robes fluttering like banners in a wind no one felt. The air shimmered around him, gold and brilliant and impossible. He hovered. The crowd screamed. Ecstasy erupted in waves. People clutched each other, sobbing and shouting. A boy fainted. A man in his 60s tore off his shirt and dropped to the ground, pressing his forehead to the stone. Michael rose higher. 5 feet. 10. His face was peaceful and serene, like the miracle was effortless. He opened his mouth and one verse rang out. He will command his angels concerning you. They will lift you up so you will not strike your foot against a stone. He hovered there, arms wide, robes billowing in a slow circle as if caught in celestial wind. Light pulsed around him like a veil, soft, warm, gold so rich it looked alive. And then it appeared. To the crowd it was an angel, beautiful beyond imagining. It descended behind Michael like it had always been there, folding out of the light with wings wide as the sky. 6 of them, radiant and feathered, not white but opalescent, shimmering with colors the eye couldn't name. Its face was featureless but holy, a mask of perfect symmetry, glowing with mercy. Its hands were enormous, cupped beneath St. Michael's arms, holding him aloft like a father would hold a newborn child. The people gasped, and then they wept. A child pointed skyward, crying out in joy. A woman screamed a praise psalm in a tongue Elijah hadn't heard spoken in years. Dozens dropped to their knees. Men and women alike sobbed openly. Some passed out from the sheer force of what they were seeing. The angel didn't speak. It just was. A perfect expression of divine love. This, the crowd believed, was God's messenger. Not just helping Michael. Anointing him. Sanctifying him. Their saint, their light, their new covenant. And that was when the world shifted. Elijah felt the ring ignite. The air warped. The shimmer broke. And for a moment, a single breathless second, he saw the truth. There was something holding Michael aloft, all right. But it wasn't an angel. It was a thing. Vast, winged, coiled in shadow and light like oil spilled across fire. Its wings were studded with mouths. Its arms were wrong. Too many joints, too much bone. Its face looked almost human. Almost. But it smiled with teeth that went too deep, and its eyes were wells with voices inside. It looked directly at Elijah, and it spoke, not aloud, but in the marrow of his bones. You know me. Elijah didn't answer. He couldn't. He stood there, staring into the face of a false god, while the crowd wept and cheered for salvation. The thing knew it had been seen, and it didn't run. It reveled in it. When the illusion snapped back, the crowd saw nothing but a man glowing in sunlight, floating like a divine promise made flesh. Elijah turned without a word and walked away. He would return soon, and when he did, it would not be as a witness, but as an executioner. The sky was low and pale when Elijah returned to his camp. A dull sheet of overcast light had swallowed the sun, softening the horizon into ash and amber. The wind dragged itself through the brush without urgency, kicking up dust in half-hearted spirals. It was the kind of evening that didn't end. It just faded. Luther stood there tethered to a split post, jaw working on dry grass. His tail flicked lazily at the occasional fly, and his ears perked only when Elijah dropped his gear beside the fire pit. "I saw it," Elijah said, not looking at the horse. Luther blinked once, chewed and said nothing. Elijah crouched beside his saddlebag, digging out a dry cloth to clean the edge of the saw blade. He didn't need to. It wasn't bloodied, but it gave his hands something to do while his mind unspooled. I saw it. I really saw it. Not just the floating trick. Not the false angel, but the thing behind it. The cloth moved in slow circles across the blade's spine. Luther snorted, shifting weight from one leg to the other. Elijah paused, then chuckled dryly. Yeah, you're right. Should have expected that. Always something behind the shine. He set the blade down, leaned his elbows on his knees, and stared into the dead fire pit. I don't think Michael knows. Luther turned his head slightly, one ear flicking back toward him. I mean it. The preacher preaches a false gospel, sure. Preaches it loud and pretty, like he was born with a silver cross between his teeth. But he believes it. I saw it in his eyes. He ain't lying. He's convinced. A pause. Elijah drew the scourge Bible from his coat and thumbed at the edge of the pages. He's a mouthpiece, not a monster. Luther huffed once and dust kicked at his hooves. I ain't saying I'll let him walk. If God asks for blood, I'll give it. You know that. I ain't never failed the call. But... He trailed off, jaw tightening. But sometimes I wish the bastards knew what they were doing. It's easier when they know. The horse said nothing. The wind died completely and the valley went quiet. Elijah sighed and leaned back against the post, drawing his coat tighter around him. He kept the Bible close, pressed against his chest like a shield. Saint Breaker rested across his lap. He closed one eye against the creeping dusk, his back silently screaming in pain. If you see anything slithering around tonight, wake me. Luther didn't even blink. Elijah dreamt of light, not flame, not the white-hot purity he'd come to know in divine moments, but a soft golden warmth, like sunlight filtered through the memory of childhood. He was lying in the field outside his old home. Wind in the heat, his mother's voice, faint and sweet, humming a hymn he hadn't heard in decades. He felt small again, unscarred, his back unbroken, no weight on his hips, no ring burning his hand. He sat up. Someone was sitting at the edge of the firelight. Not a stranger, a boy, him. Maybe 10, dust on his face, a slingshot in one hand, a torn Bible in the other. The boy looked at him, head tilted, eyes full of something too deep for his age. "You're tired," the boy said. Elijah didn't move. "I've been tired." "You've done enough." He didn't answer. "You've carried this longer than anyone was meant to. You've bled, you've watched, you've obeyed. Isn't that enough?" Elijah swallowed. The wind in the dream had stopped. The wheat was still. Too still. "You can rest now. Let me carry it." Elijah's fingers closed around the Bible. "You're not me." The boy smiled, soft and patient. "I could be. I could be anything you want. An angel, a son. The sound of your name spoken without fear." "You're wearing skin that ain't yours," Elijah replied. "I'm offering peace." "You're offering escape." The firelight dimmed. The boy, the thing in his shape, stood slowly. Who Elijah came to know was the messenger. "You don't have to suffer." Elijah's voice was low. "But do. The wind picked up, not in the world, but in the Bible. Pages flipped, once, twice, then stopped. A verse bled into the margin. Black script, no author, no origin. The ones who speak comfort in the dark are not always sent by the light. The boy hissed. Or maybe the voice beneath the boy did. The illusion cracked. The shape twisted. Eyes too many. Mouths unfolding from beneath skin. Wings forming not feathers, but scripture and smoke. But it was too late. The light from the Bible flared. Silent. Final. The demon vanished without a sound. Elijah woke with a gasp, hand already gripping Saintbreaker. The fire pit was cold. The valley was empty. But the ring was glowing red against his skin. He breathed once, twice, then looked down at the revolver in his lap. He popped the cylinder. The binding bullet waited. He slid it back in. The time was close. The lie was nearly done. And he was ready. The road into New Galilee hadn't changed. The white stones that gleamed underfoot, swept clean with cultic precision. The banners fluttered from tall wooden spires, black cloth stitched with gold flames that caught the wind like scripture in motion. The people were already gathering when Elijah crested the rise. He could hear them from a mile out, singing, chanting, shouting praises in the strange rhythmic cadence of the gospel of flame. He rode in slow. Luther's hooves clopped quietly against the paving stones, each step echoing too cleanly in the street. Elijah's coat was dust-streaked and soaked dark at the seams. His back ached from the lashes. The weight of the scourged Bible pressed like a second spine beneath his coat. The ring burned warm against his hand, not as a warning now, but as a brand, a signal. He dismounted without a word. Luther shifted beside him, restless, but not nervous. Elijah reached up and stroked the animal's neck once. "Won't be long," he muttered. Luther blinked, swished his tail, neighed low and brief. Elijah tied him off at the stables, adjusted the chain in his belt, and turned toward the square. The sound of the crowd grew louder with every step, like 1,000 hearts beating in unison, fueled not by blood, but by faith. The square was a white bowl of sun and noise. People pressed shoulder to shoulder, bodies packed tight against the heat, swaying with each step of the sermon's promise. Banners whipped above the chapel tower, casting flickers of shadow over the assembled faithful. Children in white stood along the edges of the raised platform like sentinels of innocence. Their hands were clasped, their eyes were wide. They didn't blink. The choir's song roared high and trembling, 1,000 voices crescendoed that didn't rise. It rolled like thunder given structure. Elijah pushed his way through the fringe of the crowd. No one stopped him. No one even looked. They were beyond earthly things now. Their minds floated somewhere above their bodies, eyes fixed on the elevated stage at the center. Saint Michael stood at his peak, robed in white so bright it seemed unnatural, trimmed in gold that shimmered like something molten. His hair was clean, his beard full, and his smile beatific. A vision of holy fire given flesh. He stood beneath a woven canopy, arms open wide, palms exposed to the crowd like a crucifix come alive. "Brothers," he called, and the word struck like thunder. "Sisters." He took one step forward, then another, and then another. His voice carried effortlessly across the heads of the crowd, neither shouted nor strained, simply present. "Today is another day." The crowd fell silent. He smiled, full of peace. Today is not more waiting, not more hunger, not more darkness. He raised a hand to the rising sun behind him, letting it cast long shadows across his face. Today is the day of fulfillment. Today is the day the word completes itself. Not in ink, not in stone, not in distant memory, but in you. The crowd erupted. Voices lifted like wings. People wept openly. A woman screamed and fell to her knees. A man behind her laughed and beat his chest with both fists. The choir took the wave of praise and gave it form. Their song rose like the lifting of a temple roof, ancient and new at once. Elijah stood still among it all. He didn't blink. He just watched. Saint Michael raised his other hand now, arms spread wide as the wind blew through his robes, making the golden fabric dance like fire. The old ways bound you. They shackled you in guilt. They burned your names into the book of judgment. He stepped forward, voice rising. But the flame has spoken again. The messenger has come. The gospel is not finished. It is being written. He lifted his head to the sky. And now, beloved, it writes itself in you. The crowd erupted. People fell to their knees, the choir sang louder. And Elijah stepped forward, quietly through the heart of it all, while the heat behind his ribs began to burn again. Saint Michael turned slowly, hand still raised, his voice softening now, like a shepherd soothing a trembling flock. There are some still among you who fear, some who ache, some who carry broken flesh. The crowd grew quiet again. The choir dimmed to a low, humming chord. The air itself seemed to pause, expectant. Michael turned to one side of the platform and gestured. Two attendants emerged from the crowd. One led a boy, no more than 10, small and fragile, his legs withered and bent like straw under cloth. His eyes were wide with wonder. He was silent, not afraid, but watching. The other brought a man, older, wrapped in gray robes stained from years of quiet suffering. His skin was raw, pitted, a leopard's marks clear even from a distance. He moved slowly, humbly, leaning on a carved staff. The crowd made room. A reverent hush fell. These two, Michael said, turning to them with open arms. Ah, beloved. He knelt beside the boy and touched his cheek. They are not cursed, they are not punished. They are simply waiting for the flame to find them. He stood, spreading his arms wide again. And today, beloved, it finds them. He lifted his face to the sky. The crowd followed. Above the chapel tower, the clouds parted. Not with thunder, not with violence, but with silence, as though the very sky had been peeled back to reveal something beyond weather and beyond reason. A shaft of golden light poured down, slow and perfect, and from it descended the messenger. It came with no sound but song, a single crystalline tone that rang in the chest like breath held too long. It wasn't winged, not at first, but wreathed in something that suggested wings. Curves of light, feathered shadows, limbs that shimmered in and out of vision. Then it became clearer, a shape of gold and white, tall and symmetrical, 4 wings unfurling like petals from a divine blossom. Its hands glowed with pure radiance. Its face was smooth and featureless, save for a mouth that did not move. It was different every time it showed itself. It smiled not with lips, but with presence. People gasped. Some people screamed and some fainted. A man knelt and pressed his forehead to the stone. Children wept without knowing why. The messenger hovered just above the dais, lowering his hands over the heads of the boy and the leper. Saint Michael stepped back, head bowed. "By the will of the flame, be whole," Saint Michael whispered. The angel's hands pulsed with light. The boy cried out, not in pain but shock. His legs shifted beneath him. The bones cracked, straightened, took shape. Flesh knit. Muscle filled the hollow places. The leper dropped his staff. His skin shimmered, the sores sealing like wax over flame. He fell to his knees and stared at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. The crowd erupted again. Praise like a wave, voices breaking with joy. Someone began to sing. Someone else screamed, "A sign! A sign!" and tore the gospel of flame from his breast pocket, waving it like a banner. And Elijah couldn't move. The ring on his finger turned white hot. Not warm, not burning, but it seared. His breath caught. His skin blistered beneath it, but he didn't cry out. He looked up and saw not an angel, but a thing that wore light like a mask. The scourged Bible at his back moved on his own, pages turning, not wildly but with intent, like a hand was guiding it. Elijah reached for it, unstrapped it and opened it. The pages had stopped near the middle, but the margin was still writing, ink spilling slowly into the old paper like a wound opening. "Name the liar. Break the veil." He looked up at the thing above the dais. The golden light was no longer golden. He saw fire. Not flame, not holy, but burning pressure, the kind that melts truth, the kind that twists miracles into meat. The boy's legs trembled, not from strength, but from shock. His eyes were wide, but they were not joyful. The leopard stared down at his hands, confused, and the messenger's smile split just a little too wide, a hair too long. A shadow stretched from its wing, but no sun was behind it. Elijah stepped forward. The crowd didn't stop him. He raised his voice, not shouting, not screaming, but loud enough to carry through the madness. "You call it an angel?" Heads turned. "You see healing. You see gold. You see peace." Michael turned sharply, confused. "You see what it wants you to see," Elijah said. The ring seared. He raised the Bible. The name was there, spelled in black, unbroken letters across the holy page. A word not of heaven, but from the pit. And Elijah shouted it. The demon's true name. The name split the air like a sword dragged through iron. The moment it left Elijah's lips, the wind died. The choir fell silent mid-verse. A scream began in someone's throat and never made it out. The messenger froze in place, wings paused mid-beat, light flickering unnaturally across his skin. Then the light broke. Not like glass, not like fire, but like a lie unraveling. The golden veil peeled back in silence. The radiance thinned, twisted, and darkened, until there was nothing left of heaven, and in its place stood a shape that did not belong to any gospel. Gasps rippled through the crowd, followed by sobs, then silence. The messenger was no angel. It was 8 feet tall, shoulders wide enough to block the light behind it. Its muscles strained beneath cracked, leathery skin, burnt and broken, as if it had crawled out from beneath 1,000 suns. From every fissure in the flesh, flames spurted like backdraft, hissing and pulsing with every breath. The air shimmered around its body, warped with heat. 4 massive wings spread wide from its back, ragged and torn, tipped in bone and shivering with black fire. They didn't flap. They unfurled like something waking from a long sleep, slow and deliberate. Its eyes, reptilian, slitted and golden, locked on to Elijah. Not angry, not afraid, but amused. Below those eyes stretched a thick jaw of uneven fangs, half grinning, half grinding. Black smoke poured from its nostrils in slow, steady gusts. Its arms, 4 of them, shifted into view. 2 moved with predatory grace, the claws twitching in anticipation. 1 hand was missing a finger, the stump smoldering faintly like it had never stopped burning. The other 2 hung low, dragging claws across the stone dais as if marking it for ownership. Across its back rose a spinal ridge of jagged glowing spikes, each one pulsing red at the tips, glowing like hot coals beaten into bone. Its legs were thick, jointed backward, ending in taloned feet that never quite touched the ground. Each step scorched the stone, and ash curled up from where it stood. And in the center of its chest, half buried in burned flesh, was a half-melted rusted crown, fused to the bone beneath. A forgotten relic of a lie once believed. It glowed faintly, like something that had long since stopped beating, but not stopped burning. The crowd did not scream all at once. First came silence, then came disbelief. Then came the sound of faith tearing open. A boy cried out. A woman fell to her knees and began to wail. A man shouted behind her, "It's a trick! It's not real!" And then collapsed with blood pouring from his nose, his eyes open too wide. Children ran. Some didn't. One old man began to laugh and never stopped. The gospel of flame, still clutched in dozens of hands, caught fire one by one. Not all at once, not like magic, but like scripture rejecting itself. A divine judgment. The ink smoking, the paper curling until black ash filled the air like pollen in spring. Saint Michael staggered backward on the platform. He stared up at the thing he had called holy, and his mouth moved soundlessly. No, this isn't the messenger. The demon didn't even turn to him. It looked only to Elijah. Saint Breaker gleamed in his hand. The ring on his finger pulsed like a second heartbeat. The demon shifted his wings, bones cracking like dead branches, and raised his upper right hand. It spoke, but not with sound. Its mouth moved, and everyone in the square heard a different voice. A lover's voice, a father's, a dead child's, a priest long buried. Elijah didn't flinch. He stepped forward, leveled the revolver, and pulled the trigger. The binding bullet screamed through the air like something alive. It struck the demon square in the chest, just beneath the rusted crown. There was no blood. There was light. A sharp silver flash that cut through the haze, followed by the shriek of iron chains snapping into places across the creature's limbs. The demon reeled, wings snapping shut, its arms locked, its jaw clenched. Chains of radiant fire wound around it, embedding themselves into the ground. The earth trembled. The people watched in awe, some still clinging to hope, others too broken to move. For a heartbeat, it looked like the thing might fall. And then the fire flared. The chains glowed white, then red, then shattered. With a roar that shook birds from the trees, the demon broke free. Flames erupted from its back. The wings exploded once again. The binding circle crumbled into slag beneath its feet. It stood tall, unmasked and unbound, but no longer hidden. And that, Elijah knew, was enough. The demon opened its jaws and the square caught fire. A roar bellowed from its throat. Not a sound of language, but a blast of molten fury that tore the air in half. Flame gushed from the fissures in its chest, licking across the stone dais, and curling upward in a heat wave that made the banners overhead curl and blacken before bursting into ash. The first row of townsfolk was gone before they could scream. Charred silhouettes vaporized mid-kneel, their white robes trailing in the wind like cremation smoke. The crowd broke. Some ran and some didn't. A few stood frozen, locked into place by the sheer wrongness of what they were seeing. Muscle and fire and wings beating hot wind across the world. The demon leapt from the dais in a single crash of bone and stone. Its wings flared wide, black fire coughing from their tips. The impact caved in the square beneath it, cratering flagstones, shattering wooden carts, and sending bodies flying. Elijah was already moving. He drew the psalm blade from his scabbard in one fluid motion and yanked the chain of Golgotha from his belt, wrapping it once around his left forearm and cinching it tight. The links rattled like old sins. He ran headlong into the fire. Heat washed over him. His coat caught along the edge, flames licking at the hem, biting into the leather like teeth. But he didn't stop, didn't slow. He slapped at the fire once with his free hand, snuffing it in motion. The coat stayed on, charred, smoking at the edges, but intact, still heavy with its burden of relics and holy weight. Beneath it, his shirt clung to the open, bleeding welts across his back. The lashes torn wide again with every movement. Every step jolted his wounds like broken glass, pain blooming down his spine in waves. He welcomed it. Pain meant he was alive. Pain meant the job wasn't done. The demon turned at the sound of his boots. It swung a claw the size of a scythe across his body. Elijah ducked low and slid beneath it, blade flashing out to slash across the back of its leg, tough like stone but not invincible. The tip bit. Blood, if it was blood, sizzled black and red from the cut. The demon reared back and brought his foot down, trying to crush him. Elijah rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the blow. Stone cracked beneath the weight. He was already upright again, charging. He slashed at the wing joint, then ducked a swing that would have taken his head. The demon twisted, fast despite its size, claws raking toward him in a savage cross strike. Elijah parried one hand with the chain, then drove his boot into the demon's knee and launched backward before the others could reach. The wind from its wings knocked him sideways. He hit the ground hard, skidding through ash and broken stone, back screaming, shoulders searing. He gritted his teeth, spit blood, and stood again. The demon opened his mouth and howled, flame belching from between jagged fangs. Elijah moved through it. He ran under the flame, clothes smoking, skin blistering along one side. He leapt, kicked off the demon's knee again, and slashed upward across his chest, cutting through the cracked hide, striking fire-veined bone underneath. The thing roared in pain this time, real pain. It stumbled backward just a step, but that was enough. Elijah landed, crouched low, every muscle shaken. He tightened the chain around his hand, wrapped it over Psalm Blade's grip. The demon watched him, eyes blazing gold. He raised the blade and whispered low, "Let's finish this." The demon reared back, wings spread wide, fire pouring from the broken seams of its chest. It loomed above the ruins of the square like a god that had failed upward, still burning, still dangerous, but wounded. Elijah didn't give it the chance to recover. He drew Saintbreaker with a single practice motion. The revolver gleamed, barrel dark with soot, but the steel beneath still true. The demon turned, too slow. Elijah raised the gun. He fired. The first shot caught it in the left pectoral, near the binding bullet wound. A spray of flame and flesh burst from the impact, the creature staggering half a step. He fired again. The second shot right shoulder. Bone cracked like ice splitting under boot. One of its upper arms went limp, claw twitching spasmodically. He fired again. Third shot left knee. The joint collapsed. The demon dropped the full foot, listing sideways, claws scraping the ground in search of stability. He fired a fourth shot right through the wing, shattering bone and punching a ragged hole through torn flesh. A fountain of black fire spiraled upward. His fifth and final shot, right through the jaw, jerking its massive head to the side with a crack of pulverized teeth. The head snapped back, mouth open in a soulless howl of hate and confusion. The revolver clicked empty. Elijah holstered it. The demon was reeling, shuddering, smoke pouring from 5 gaping wounds. Fire leaked from the cracked bones of its chest like oil bleeding from stone. It tried to rise, but its leg wouldn't hold. Its wings spasmed and hung low. It was still alive, but it was open. Elijah ran, boots striking hot stone, blade low, chain coiled tight. The demon saw him coming and lifted one of his good arms, slow, sluggish, a killing blow too late. Elijah leapt. He planted his foot on the demon's burned thigh, driving upward, past the broken breastplate of flame and through the curtain of smoke spilling from its jaw. He brought the psalm blade high over his shoulder, both hands clenched tight on the hilt, the chain of Golgotha dragging behind him like a banner of war. And then he brought it down, clean, through muscle, through bone, through heat and fury in the engine of hell itself. The blade sang as it passed through the demon's neck, and the head tore free. The body staggered one more step, arms twitching, wings curling in like burning paper. Then it collapsed. A single deafening crash that shook the square, a shockwave of ash and heat rippling outward. The demon's head hit the ground a moment later with a wet thud, jaw still open, molten tongue flickering once before dying out. Elijah landed hard, rolled, and came up gasping, blood in his mouth. The ring on his finger was cold. And at last, there was silence. The battlefield didn't go quiet. It went hollow. The square was blackened and broken, its stone cracked and glowing in places where demon blood still simmered. Buildings leaned like drunks after a funeral. The chapel roof had collapsed in on itself. Gold-threaded banners reduced to smoke and loose fabric coiled in the wind. And at the center of it all, the demon's corpse still bled heat into the earth. Its body lay crumpled, half curled like a scalded beast, headless but twitching now and again as nerves lost their final war. A few of its glowing spine spikes pulsed weakly. The detached head sat 10 feet away, jaw slacked and steaming. One slitted eye burst, the other still open and glowing faintly in the shade. No singing, no cries of joy. Only smoke. Only ruin. The people emerged slowly, from behind carts, from under pews, from homes and basements and crawl spaces. Some came crawling. Others stumbled. Most didn't speak. A few wept, quiet, as if afraid to draw attention. Some looked at Elijah like he was a curse given legs. Saint Michael crawled from the wreckage of the platform, robes in shreds, blood streaking down his face. One eye was swollen shut. His hands bled from glass embedded in his palms. He stopped when he saw the body. He didn't scream, he didn't move, he just stared. The heat of the demon still hung in the air. But it wasn't fire that burned him now. It was truth. He stumbled forward, barely able to stay upright. He reached Elijah, who stood motionless, bloodied blade still in hand, and fell to his knees, hands clutching Elijah's coat like the hem of a priest's robe. "I thought it was real. I thought it was him. I didn't know." His voice broke, but he didn't stop. He bowed his head, forehead pressed to Elijah's chest. "I didn't know." Elijah didn't speak. He stood above the man, every inch of him aching. His coat smoked at the seams. Blood ran from a dozen wounds, back torn open from ritual lashes, shoulder scorched, ribs cracked, thigh cut, head bleeding. He reached slowly into the inside of his coat, drew out a small relic. Saint Michael flinched. Elijah drew out the finger bone of Saint Merciful. It was warm to the touch, already responding. In his other hand, Elijah reached out and gently touched Michael's forehead. The broken preacher flinched. "What are you doing?" Elijah's voice was low and calm. "Asking God what needs to be done with you." The relic pulsed in his hand. And then Elijah saw. Not in visions, not in dreams, just truth. poured into his mind like oil into a wound. He saw Michael's faith. Not arrogance, not pride, but true belief. Naive, desperate, and misguided. He saw the moment the messenger first appeared, how Michael had wept, how he had felt relief so deep it shattered his doubt. He saw the truth, the praise, the absolute conviction that he was doing good. And then he saw something more. He saw Michael broken, living the rest of his life not as a preacher but as a penitent, scrubbing floors, rebuilding roofs, carrying the memory of the demon like a stone around his neck. He would not lie again. He would not lead again. He would serve. Elijah's hand fell away. He tucked the finger bone back into his coat. God has judged you. What did he say? You are forgiven, but forgiveness doesn't spare you from debt. I don't feel worthy. You're not. That's what makes it real. Michael broke. His head dropped, his shoulders trembled. He didn't try to stand, he just wept into the stone, forehead pressed to the place where Elijah's shadow fell. The crowd gathered again, cautious, unsure, eyes full of ash and question. A woman stepped forward and her hands were shaking. What do we do now? How do we pray? Another voice called out. Elijah looked at them, face cut, hand resting on the hilt of psalm blade. He didn't raise his voice. Burn what's left. Bury your dead. No one spoke after that, and Elijah didn't wait for applause, didn't wait for gratitude, didn't wait for anything. Elijah turned from the crowd. Each step burned. His right side ached, ribs grinding with every breath. The demon had caught him with the back of one claw, and he'd felt the crack as clear as a rifle shot. His shoulders throbbed, half cooked from where the fire had kissed through the coat. The cut along his thigh was deeper than he wanted to admit, warm blood soaking into the inside of his boot. But worse were his back wounds. The lashes from making the binding bullet. They had reopened in the heat of battle, torn wide beneath his shirt, sticking to the inside of his coat like fresh parchment pressed to wet ink. With every movement they screamed, and still he walked. The townsfolk parted for him in silence. Some bowed their heads, others stepped away like they feared touching him might bring the fire back. He didn't look at them. He didn't look at the chapel, or the corpse, or St. Michael still on his knees. He only looked forward. Luther was waiting at the stable post. The horse lifted his head when Elijah approached, giving a low, gruff snort, like he'd known, like he'd been listening the whole time. Elijah reached up, slow and stiff, and patted the side of Luther's neck. Still breathing, he muttered. He mounted awkwardly, pain shooting from knee to shoulder, and settled into the saddle like a man returning to his own grave. The ring on his hand was cold. The scourged Bible at his back didn't move. He didn't need to ask what came next. He already knew. And so he rode into silence and into what waited. Whatever it was. Elijah left New Galilee under a gray, weightless sky. No townsfolk lined the streets to see him off. No hymn followed his departure. Only the sound of Luther's hooves over broken stones and ash. The slow crunch of leather creaking with each shift in Elijah's saddle. His back was torn raw beneath his coat. His ribs moved wrong. His left thigh throbbed like it had its own heartbeat. But he didn't stop. There was no place in that town for him anymore. Not in their grief, not in their rebuilding. His work was done. By the second day of riding, the pain settled into something dull and permanent. The heat of the binding bullets ritual still echoed in his spine. His shoulder ached each time he tugged the reins. Dust clung to the corners of his mouth and eyes, and blood, his own long-dried, stiffened the inside of his collar. He barely spoke on the journey. Luther didn't need direction. The beast had a better sense of purpose than most men. When the familiar shape of the settlement crested the horizon that evening, low buildings tucked into the stone, the inn's warm glow in the distance, Elijah didn't speed up. He just adjusted the weight of the scorched Bible against his back and kept riding. The inn looked the same. Same crooked sign above the door, same stink of stale beer, old sweat, and cheap perfume bleeding through the walls. Inside, the crowd had shifted but not changed. Hardened men hung over hunched cards, a girl laughing too loudly in the corner, someone passed out near the hearth. Life continued in these places like rot beneath floorboards. You didn't see it unless you stopped moving. Elijah stepped inside, slow and steady. The barkeep looked up and narrowed her eyes. "You look worse than when you left." Elijah didn't answer. He walked to the counter, set down a small pouch of coin, and said just one word. "Jennifer." The barkeep glanced toward the upstairs landing, shrugged, and scooped up the coin. "Room's yours, I'll send her up." Elijah didn't nod, just climbed the stairs with the gait of a man carrying his own headstone. The room was small, wood-paneled, low ceiling, clean but not fresh. The smell of perfume and ash lingered like someone else's memory. Elijah lit the oil lamp on the dresser and sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't take off his coat, he just waited. A few minutes later, the door creaked open. Jennifer stepped in, softer this time. Not the sultry sway of the first encounter, more tentative. She paused when she saw him.
"You made it back."
He looked at her, eyes heavy. "Yeah."
"You want the usual?"
"No." A beat, her brow raised unsure. "I want the room for the night. Just you and me." She tilted her head slightly, a small, wry smile returning to her lips.
"Is that right?"
Elijah said nothing, just reached into his coat and placed a second coin pouch on the bedside table. He didn't look at it. Jennifer took a few steps in, slowly starting to unbutton her blouse.
"All right, sugar. Just say how you want it."
"No." She blinked.
"No."
He looked up at her, not stern, not cold, just tired. "I don't want that tonight. I just want comfort. Quiet. A place warm to rest." Jennifer didn't say anything at first. Her hand still hovered at the open buttons. Her smile faded a little. Not insulted, just confused. Elijah began to undress instead. Slowly. Each movement labored. Elijah shrugged the coat off slowly, one shoulder at a time, careful not to tear anything open worse than it already was. The leather scraped over dried blood, stiff with salt and dust, and dropped to the floor with a heavy thump. His shirt underneath clung to him like a second skin, blood-soaked, sweat-soaked, tight with pain. He peeled it off with both hands, breath catching halfway through, the fabric tugging against the raw, crisscross lashes across his back. Dozens of them, angry and red, some still oozing beneath the scabs. His ribs were painted in bruises, ranging from deep violet to yellowed green. Across his side was a fresh gash, puckered and still swollen. Another marked his thigh, taped shut with a piece of holy gauze. Jennifer stopped moving. Her hands, which had been toying with her blouse moments before, dropped slowly to her sides.
"Jesus,"
she said softly. He didn't turn to look at her, just kept working the shirt off over his shoulders. She took a step forward, then another.
"What the hell happened to you?"
Elijah didn't answer. His eyes were on the floor. The weight of the air shifted between them. He winced when she got closer, not from the pain, but from being seen this way. She reached out, gently, her fingers grazing one of the scars on his ribs. He flinched, and her hand fell back immediately.
You let someone do this to you?
I let God. That's not the same thing. Jennifer didn't tease him, didn't make a joke. Her voice softened in a way Elijah wasn't used to hearing from anyone.
In the last town I worked,
she said, moving toward the door.
There was a fight pit under the chapel. Drunks, soldiers, people who didn't like using words. I stitched up more knife wounds than I can count.
She paused at the threshold, looking back.
I'll be right back. Don't bleed out.
She left without waiting for another answer. Elijah stood in silence, bare to the waist, staring at the wash basin like it might move. His hands hung at his sides, the ring still warm on his finger, though faint. The scourged Bible sat heavy in his coat on the floor, untouched and unopened. A few minutes passed, then the door creaked open. Jennifer returned, holding a small bundle, gauze, a tin of salve, a sewing needle and thread. Behind her, the innkeeper grunted as she entered with a kettle and poured steaming water into the iron tub in the corner. Hot enough to boil a man, she said.
Good. That's what he needs.
When they were alone again, Jennifer turned back to Elijah, her expression different now. Not business, not pity, just presence.
You gonna get in?
Elijah nodded once and began to remove the rest of his clothes. Boots first, slow and stiff, then pants, peeled off one leg at a time. He left his underclothes in a heap on the floor. He stepped into the tub and sank into the scalding water with a low guttural grunt, half relief, half pain. Steam rose in soft ribbons around him, curling off his chest, his arms, his face. The water stung every wound, cleansing but merciless. His eyes fluttered closed for a moment, jaw tight. Jennifer knelt beside the tub and dipped a rag into the water, then began to gently wash his shoulders. Her touch was light, not cautious, not kind.
You always come back like this?
She asked after a while. No.
But not never.
He cracked one eye open. No. She smiled faintly.
I figured.
The rag moved across the side of his neck and down his back. She avoided the open wounds, working around them with the same steady care she might have used on a dog or a dying saint.
What is it you do, Elijah?
She asked softly. I clean up messes. She raised an eyebrow.
What kind of messes need holy bullets and a back like that?
Elijah didn't answer immediately. He just watched the steam spiral toward the ceiling. Finally, he said, demons, monsters, things people let in by mistake. Jennifer paused.
You kill them.
I try to.
And if you can't?
He shrugged. Then I die, and someone else comes after. She didn't ask more, just nodded, like it made some kind of sense and kept washing. After a long silence, Elijah spoke again. There was this one, in a town called Ashvale, a thing called a mouther. She didn't interrupt. He told her the short version. What it looked like, what it did to the children, what had to be done to kill it, and what had to be done after. Father Alden's judgment. Jennifer's eyes glistened in the lamplight, but she didn't let the tears fall.
That's why you do this? Why you bleed for it?
Elijah let his head rest back against the edge of the tub, eyes closed again. No. I do it because God demands it, and no one else will. Elijah stepped out of the tub slowly, water sheeting off him, steaming as it touched the cooler air of the room. His skin was flushed raw, the bruises darker now under clean light, the welts on his back red and livid like fresh ink. He dried off with a coarse linen towel, movements slow and precise. Jennifer waited with a small wooden stool near the bed, her thread and needle laid out with practiced calm. Her gaze didn't flinch when he turned, didn't shy from the sight of him. Not the ruined skin, not the brand of pain carved into every muscle and scar. Just motioned for him to sit.
This is gonna sting.
I'd be suspicious if it didn't. She threaded the needle in silence, dipped it into one flask of clear liquor, and then got to work. The first puncture drew a grunt from Elijah, a quiet, sharp exhale through clenched teeth. She worked carefully, methodically, drawing the thread through the worst of the gashes on his side and shoulder. She didn't ask for stories this time, not until the third stitch.
What happened in New Galilee?
Elijah didn't speak at first. His jaw flexed once, then again. Jennifer waited, hands still busy. The preacher thought he heard the voice of God. Started a church, a gospel, a movement.
But it wasn't God.
No.
What was it?
He glanced at her and his voice was flat. A demon. A strong one. Beautiful. Powerful lion. Jennifer's hands didn't stop moving, but she slowed just a little.
And you killed it?
Elijah nodded.
And the preacher?
I spared him. She looked up at that and met his eyes.
Why?
Elijah didn't look away. Because God commanded it. Jennifer said nothing for a while. When she finished the last stitch, she tied it off gently and set the needle aside. She brushed her fingertips once along the edge of his shoulder, tracing the ragged map of a life given to holy violence.
You ever think about stopping?
He let out a slow breath. Every day. But I don't get a choice. The room dimmed as the oil lamp burned low. Outside, the wind carried laughter, the scrape of boots, the occasional crack of a bottle or slurred prayer. But inside the walls, there was nothing that needed fighting. When Jennifer was done, they got in the bed together. Jennifer pulled the covers back. Elijah lay down first, stiff but steady, the stitched skin on his back brushing the cool cotton with a hiss of discomfort. Jennifer lay beside him, draping a blanket over them both. She didn't curl into him like a lover, but she didn't keep her distance either. Her hand found his chest. His arm rested across her hip. A shared quiet. She spoke once more, just before her eyes closed.
You saved that town. You know that, right?
Elijah didn't answer. Not right away. I didn't save it. I stopped it from getting worse. Jennifer nodded once. They didn't speak again. Their bodies found stillness in each other. Not pleasure, not hunger. Just the fragile relief of warmth after too long in the cold. Elijah stared at the ceiling for a long time. The scars on his back ached with every breath. But his heart and his ring, for the first time in weeks, was silent. And eventually, sleep took him. Luther's hooves crunched over the dirt road like old bones snapping in dry grass. The wind was heavy tonight, warm with a kind of dampness that shouldn't have been possible in the high desert. A scent of rust, sweet rot, and burnt sugar. Elijah tugged his coat tighter around his ribs as they crested the ridge. The town of Calamore glimmered faintly ahead, half asleep beneath a curtain of flickering lantern light and wood smoke. He hadn't been back here in months, not since New Galilee burned behind his footsteps and screams chased him through smoke that no one would call holy. But before he saw the town, he saw it. Off to the east, nestled in a basin where the hills sank low, a carnival blazed like a wound in the dark. A field of striped tents and crooked scaffolds glowed with color too loud for the hour, red and gold and sickly teal, spinning in pulses like the heartbeat of a fever dream. The sound drifted on the wind, music without tune, laughter without rhythm, and the occasional echo of something metallic slapping against something wet. Elijah slowed Luther to a halt. The stallion snorted, uneasy. He pawed at the dirt, and Elijah could feel his tensions through the reins. His ring was warm against his skin, a dull warmth at first, like stone left too long in the sun. But as he sat watching the carnival twist in the dark, the heat deepened. A slow burn. Not pain, not yet, but promise. "Yeah," he muttered to no one, voice like a gravel in prayer. "I see it too." He nudged Luther forward. They passed within a few hundred yards of the carnival, close enough to hear the barkers shout in their slurred, honey-slick voices. "Step right up and trade your frowns for fortunes. Win a prize, win a dream, win a life worth living." Each word made the ring flare hotter. Children's voices giggled and sang, high and bright. But Elijah had been in too many towns, too many cursed grounds, to believe that sound without suspicion. Elijah kept riding. By the time he reached the stables at the edge of Calamore, the carnival sounds had faded, but the heat on his finger remained. He said nothing, just dismounted, patted Luther's neck once, and led him into the stall without fuss. The stable hand, a boy with sunburned cheeks and one eye milky with blindness, offered no greeting, just took the reins with shaking fingers and scurried off into the dark. The gilded mare stood exactly as he remembered it. No sign had been repainted, no curtains replaced. The warped wood door still stuck halfway unless you kicked it, and the same cracked oil lamp flickered above the threshold. Inside, the air was warm with lamp heat and spirits, but quiet for a Friday night. A few patrons nursed their drinks in silence. One snored in the corner. Another one stared too long at nothing. Elijah crossed the floor with slow, heavy boots and stopped at the counter. The barkeep looked up. A different man than last time. Thin, with the look of someone who used to be broad, now shrinking into himself. His eyes flitted to Elijah's badge, still pinned upside down on his coat, and then to the revolver on his hip. "What you drinking, stranger?" Elijah tapped one finger on the countertop. "Jennifer." The barkeep blinked, then nodded towards the stairs. "Same room as last time. She'll come." Elijah said nothing, just turned and climbed. The room was small and smelled of dust, soap, and memory. One candle waited beside the bed, already lit. The flame fluttered faintly as he shut the door behind him. He removed his coat with slow, methodical movements and laid it across the footboard, sat on the edge of the bed, stared at the ring on his hand like it might speak. It didn't, but it was still warm, a whisper in its own way. The knock was soft and familiar. "Come on in," Elijah said. The door creaked open and Jennifer stepped inside. She was dressed simple tonight, rough linen blouse, black skirt, dark shawl wrapped loose around her shoulders. Her hair was different than he remembered. Shorter, darker at the roots. A streak of silver ran near one ear. But her eyes, those were the same. Still sharp, still sad. She shut the door behind her without asking.
Elijah.
He nodded once. Jennifer? She crossed the room slow, not sure if she should sit. He answered the unasked question with a look. She sat beside him on the bed. Silence held between them, long enough for the candle to crackle. Then she looked at him.
So, what brings you back?
He didn't answer right away, just ran a hand over his jaw, rough with travel and old scabs. There's a carnival, he said finally. Saw it riding in. She stiffened, just enough for someone trained to see it.
Yeah. That showed up a few weeks after you left. Didn't think much of it at first. Just tents and paint and noise. But...
She trailed off. But what? She turned to look at him fully now.
You felt it, didn't you?
He held up his hand. The ring shimmered faintly. Yeah, I felt it. Jennifer looked down at her hands. They were clenched in her lap.
They came in quiet. No fanfare. No wagons or trains. Just one morning, they were there, setting up in the old farmland. Folks started going out in droves, said it was the most fun they'd had since the judgment.
Elijah stared. Fun?
Games, rides, prizes, shows that make you feel like you're dreaming.
She swallowed.
People said it was healing.
He said nothing. The ring pulsed once.
I went.
He turned to her, sharp.
I didn't know.
She said quickly.
Back then, it just looked like something harmless. Tents and music, kids running around with prizes.
He didn't say anything, but his eyes stayed on her like a blade still sheathed. Quiet, but not safe. Jennifer looked away.
I didn't feel right after. Just off. Took me a while to realize it. Like I'd been somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but couldn't remember what I did wrong.
She crossed the room slowly and rested her hand on the window ledge.
It's not everyone, not all at once, but people have been different. Forgetful mostly. Quick to laugh at nothing, slower to anger too, which sounds good until you see a man smile through a broken nose and not even realize he's bleeding.
Elijah's jaw tightened. Any disappearances?
Not disappearances, just absences. Like someone who used to sit on the corner every morning suddenly isn't there, and no one thinks to ask why. You ever get the feeling a room used to be full, but now there's too much air in it?
He gave a short nod. Jennifer turned back to him.
I hear things. Guests mumbling in their sleep. One woman woke up screaming because she swore her husband was standing over her with a red balloon and no eyes. The man was still in bed, didn't even twitch.
Elijah crossed to the small wash basin, poured a splash of water over his blistered hand. The ring hissed faintly in response. Jennifer leaned against the wall, arms folded.
So what now?
I'll walk the grounds tomorrow. See the shape of the thing.
I'll go with you.
He didn't even look up. No.
Elijah.
No.
I know that place. I've been inside. I might see something you won't.
He turned now. You might see more than you want.
I don't care.
You should. Jennifer's voice dropped.
I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. I'm afraid of pretending there's nothing in it.
That stopped him just for a breath. She stepped closer.
You came back. That means something. And whether you want to say it or not, I matter to you. Don't insult both of us by pretending I don't.
Elijah's eyes flicked away. He dragged a hand across his mouth, slow and tired. He looked at her again. Really looked. And for the first time since he'd come back through those town gates, something in his face cracked just a little. Not softness, not surrender. Just the hint of a man who remembered how it felt to be seen. "All right," he said. Jennifer exhaled. Not a smile, not quite, but close.
I'll be ready by dawn.
Elijah didn't nod. He just stood there, listening to the candle's slow hiss, the wind tapping against the window glass, and the echo of music still bleeding faintly through the hills. The carnival was waiting, and now so were they. Morning hit the town in pale streaks, light bleeding through a rust-colored sky. Elijah and Jennifer spent the night entwined under the sheets, his hands caressing her curves while her hands traced the scars of his battle-worn life. Normally, Elijah would brush someone's hands away with annoyance, but not Jennifer. Her touch meant something else. Elijah stood outside the Gilded Mare beside Jennifer, his coat already dusted with the dry grit kicked up by the passing wind. Ahead, the carnival stirred. Even in daylight, it didn't lose its dreamlike sheen. The tents were too tall, edges too sharp, colors too bold. The reds glared like fresh blood, and the blues had the shine of old bruises. Striped canopies curved overhead in impossible arcs, fluttering without breeze. At the entrance stood two columns wrapped in faded ribbons and bones small enough to be mistaken for birds. They stepped through the arch. Music drifted from somewhere, not loud but constant. A wheezing calliope tune, off-key, notes bending downward at the end like they were trying to fall into silence but kept getting pulled back. Elijah scanned the grounds with narrowed eyes. The tents weren't scattered randomly, the way most traveling carnivals operated. No, these were deliberate, laid out in a crescent, half a circle around a wide dirt lot. 3 main tents at the curve's edge formed a triangle, too symmetrical, too clean. He looked down at his hand. The ring had been quiet, but it was warmer than it had been that morning. A voice to their left called out,
Well now, you two look like you've never been to a proper show before.
A woman stood beside a crimson-draped wagon. Her body was a canvas of ink. Tattoos spilled across every visible inch of skin like living scripture. Eyes rimmed in coal black, lips stained the same. She offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes.
Elijah and guest, welcome to Lacey's Truce. First reading's free, no charge for the damned.
He stared at her. How do you know my name?
Oh, honey, names hang off you like smoke. Just takes the right eyes to see. I hear the name John hanging off of you as well.
Elijah twitched slightly at that. He hadn't heard that name in quite some time. Jennifer stepped slightly closer to him.
What do you read exactly?
Miss Lacey tilted her head.
Futures, secrets, veins of fate pulsing just beneath the surface. Want me to tell you how you die?
No, Elijah said flatly. The tattooed woman shrugged.
Suit yourself, but you'll wish you asked before long.
She turned her gaze to Jennifer.
You should come back tonight, sweetheart. Things show up clearer in the dark.
They walked on. The next tent smelled of grease and meat. Smoke drifted from a metal cart shaped like a pig's head, nostrils glowing red from coal heat. Behind it stood a cook, shirtless, his apron stained and too tight around a belly that shifted as if something underneath was trying to move on its own. Grinner. The name was carved into the wood plank above him, uneven, gouged deep, still slick at the edges. "Care for a taste?" the man rumbled, voice like tar rolling downstairs. "Special of the day, smile sausage, fresh as this morning." Elijah didn't move. "What's in it?" Grinner's face cracked into a wide grin, rows of teeth far too sharp for a man, stretching back too deep in his jaw. "Whatever's around to eat, my friend. You know how life is out here. I've been doing this for decades and can turn just about anything into a delectable treat." Jennifer touched Elijah's sleeve. They kept walking. At the far end of the grounds, near the boundary where the grass gave way to dust again, stood a large open space. A few scattered weights, a makeshift platform. Sitting on a wooden crate was a man built like a statue, still, massive, and silent. Solomon Riggs. His skin was gray-brown, cracked like bark, with eyes so deep-set they looked carved. He didn't look at them, didn't acknowledge their presence at all. Elijah watched him for a long moment. The man didn't blink. Solomon Riggs stood center ring on a bare patch of packed earth, framed by a low arc of wooden bleachers. No spotlight, just sun. No music, just breath. He lifted a rusted wagon axle above his head, not in a jerk or swing, but in a slow, grinding rise, arms locked straight, knees unmoving. Dust flared at his feet from the strain, or maybe just the stillness of it. The crowd didn't cheer. They watched. The axle clanged to the ground a moment later, hard enough to rattle teeth. Riggs stepped back, took a thick chain coiled beside a stump, and looped it once around his neck. He grabbed either end in his fists, squared his stance, and began to pull. The metal groaned. Elijah stood near the back, hat low, coat drawn tight despite the heat. The ring of flame pulsed on his hand once. No heat, just a dry sting under the skin. It didn't shout, it didn't scream, it warmed. He turned it slightly toward the man standing beside him, gaunt, sun-scorched, shirt open, eyes locked on the stage. "You ever see someone crack a horseshoe in half with their teeth?" "No, I haven't." "I have. Yesterday, right here." Riggs gave a sudden yank. The chain snapped. The crowd gasped. The man beside Elijah crossed himself. The strong man gave a slight bow, nothing theatrical, and walked off into the shade behind the bleachers, chain end dragging behind him like leashes gone slack. They came upon the game just as a man stepped up to try it. Sleeves rolled, coin already in hand. A wooden booth carved to resemble an old train engine, chipped and leaning with iron levers sticking up from the back like rusted ribs. Painted across the top in chipped red script, "One pull for good luck." No barker, just the silent woman in red laced behind the counter. She handed over a brass token without a word. The man inserted it, pulled the lever. The contraption rattled. Bells clanged, badly tuned. A puff of red dust shot into the air, and from a side drawer, the woman produced a stuffed rabbit, long-eared, patched with rough stitching, one black eye missing. She handed it to the girl. That's when the ring of flame flared, quick and hot, no warning, no doubt. Elijah kept his hands at his sides, but the pain bit clean to the bone. The girl held the rabbit tight. Her expression didn't change. She didn't smile, just stared at it, like it had said something only she could hear. The father ruffled her hair and thanked the attendant. She said nothing. They walked off. The rabbit's stitched mouth hung crooked, like it had once been wider. Jennifer leaned in low.
You felt it too.
Elijah nodded once. They didn't speak until they were clear of the tents. Jennifer walked half a step behind him, eyes on the dust curling around her boots. Elijah's hand flexed at his side, fingers twitching like they were trying to rid themselves of heat. The ring of flame still pulsed, soft now but insistent. The wind shifted. The town came back into view, distant but close enough to smell smoke and horses. Elijah didn't stop walking until the cracked wooden sign creaked overhead.
I saw that girl.
Jennifer finally said, voice low.
Day before yesterday. She was with her mama, crying because she wanted to leave. Today, she didn't even blink.
Elijah kept walking.
You think it's the toy?
No. It's the prize. Jennifer frowned.
Difference being?
He didn't answer. The difference wasn't something he could put into words. It was the shape of things. How the prize didn't feel like a gift. It felt like a claim. They visited their first house that afternoon. The house of someone that Jennifer knew had been to the carnival. They had been different when they came back. The house was small and leaning. Paint flaked off like burnt skin. A porch swing creaked lazily with no one on it. Inside it smelled of blood and vinegar. The door hadn't been locked. Elijah pushed it open with the toe of his boot. A man sat in a chair in the main room, dead long enough for the flies to forget he'd once moved. His hands were outstretched, fingers clawing toward the door, as if he'd changed his mind about dying halfway through. What stopped Elijah cold wasn't the blood. It was what the man clutched. A toy lion, stuffed, crudely sewn, its mane patchy and threadbare. Its eyes were like little buttons of black glass. Its mouth was stitched in a crooked grin. Jennifer stepped over the threshold, covering her nose.
That's Jonas Walker. Drank himself stupid most nights. Loud as hell. Always playing cards outside the mare.
Elijah said nothing. She glanced at the lion.
I've never seen that before.
He reached forward and touched the lion. The ring hissed like a brand against skin. He didn't pull away. He waited until the heat faded, then stood again. Let's find another. The second house was worse. No one answered when they knocked. Elijah pried the door open with a saw blade. The place was too quiet. Dust in the air, but not a mote stirred. The furniture was neat. Plates still set on the table, but no people.
Locked from the inside, no forced entry, no broken glass.
In the front room sat a doll. It started from the windowsill, crooked against the glass like it had been set there by a child who forgot it. One of its eyes was missing. A red ribbon curled around its neck. Its mouth had no stitching, just a slit, like it could whisper if it wanted to. The ring flared, hot enough that Elijah hissed under his breath. He grit his teeth and took a step back. Jennifer didn't miss it.
You think they left?
No. I think something took them. Jennifer looked at the doll again, and this time took a step away from it. That night, back in the Gilded Mare, they didn't sleep. The common room was empty, save for a hunched woman Elijah didn't recognize, and a barkeep polishing from a glass he'd probably never served from. They sat at a side table. Elijah poured water. Jennifer didn't touch hers.
I asked around. Folks are forgetting things. Days blurring. Said it's from the heat or bad grain.
He raised an eyebrow.
But it ain't just that. There's a boy. Want a whistle? He ain't stopped humming it since, even when he sleeps.
Elijah nodded once. The ring pulsed beneath the table. Jennifer leaned forward.
You still think it's the 3 we met?
I do, but they ain't the ones making the rules. She sat back.
Then what are they?
He looked past her into the dark. Servants. Signs. Upstairs, the room smelled of hot metal and dried sage. Elijah sat at the edge of the bed. Saint Breaker laid out across a cloth beside the scorched Bible. Jennifer sat on the floor by the window, one leg folded beneath her, mending a tear in his coat with a needle too small for the job. The lantern on the table flickered weakly, casting them both in long shadows. Neither had said much before they returned. The air was thick with unsaid things. Then the Bible shifted. Its clasp clicked open on its own. The weight of it stirred the table. Pages rustled like leaves caught in a low, deliberate wind. Elijah didn't move. He just watched as the book opened itself, slow and certain, then stopped. Jennifer paused her stitching.
That ever happened before?
Often enough, Elijah muttered, eyes narrowing. The page it had landed on wasn't familiar. The paper looked older than the rest, darker, as if scorched and soaked and dried again. The ink didn't look like ink. It had shimmered faintly, like it had been burned in. The verse read, "They wear joy like a mask and carry prizes filled with famine. Their feast is not of flesh, but of forgetting. 3 shall serve: the maw, the grasp, the gaze." Jennifer stood, crossed the room, and leaned over his shoulder to read. The glow from the page lit her face in soft orange.
The maw, the grasp, the gaze. Sounds like our 3 friends.
Elijah didn't answer. He was staring at the image etched next to the verse, simple but sharp. 3 beasts enclosed in a ring of ash. One with a mouth gaping so wide it split its head. One with hands like roots, fingers too long and bent. One with a single, oversized eye, stitched directly into its chest. Jennifer tapped the ring symbol.
Some kind of pact?
Maybe. Or maybe a gate. She crossed her arms.
You ever see signs like this before?
No. And I don't like how it's coming now. Jennifer turned away, chewing the inside of her cheek.
So what do we do?
Elijah flipped open his notebook, pages filled with maps and half-finished sketches, notes in shorthand only he could read. He stopped on a clean page, then wrote 3 names and circled each one. Miss Lacey, Grinner, Solomon Riggs. Jennifer sat back down, this time beside the bed.
You think they're demons?
Something of the sort. I'll know more once I fight them. She nodded, then quietly.
And you think they're feeding on us?
He looked at her, tired, steady. They already are. The ring on his hand warmed again, slow and rising like an ember stirring under skin. Jennifer didn't speak for a while. Neither did Elijah. They just sat there, lantern flickering, the Bible still open between them. The lantern burned low. Outside, the wind pulled at the walls of the gilded mare, whispering through the warped wood like it had secrets to tell. Elijah sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, head bowed over the notebook. Jennifer had moved back to the window. She didn't speak right away, just watched the dust swirl in the light and the slow twitch in his jaw. After a long stretch of silence, she said,
You always write names down like that.
Elijah didn't lift his head. Sometimes.
When you're sure they're guilty?
He hesitated. When I'm sure they're involved. She turned toward him, her voice gentled, not out of pity. She didn't pity him, but out of recognition. A soft mirror held up to something she'd seen before.
You've done this a lot, haven't you?
He didn't answer.
I can see it in the way you move.
Still, no answer. Jennifer leaned against the wall, arms crossed. She stared at the coat Elijah had folded on the back of the chair, the one she'd stitched just hours ago.
First time, I saw something I couldn't explain. I was 11. My uncle died of fever. Middle of the night, he sat up, skin all gray, eyes white like boiled glass, and whispered my name like he'd never stopped breathing. He told me I was next, and then he fell dead again.
Elijah finally looked up.
I didn't sleep for 3 nights. Didn't tell anyone either. Figured if I said it out loud, it might come back.
He nodded once. Quiet understanding. Then she added,
You ever see something like that?
Elijah exhaled through his nose. Worse. She waited. He rubbed a hand over his face, slow and worn. Then finally, I was 5. Jennifer's posture shifted. She stayed still. Didn't rush him, just gave him space. My town was called Stone Tree, a small place up near what used to be the Colorado border. About 30 families. Old well, little chapel. My father kept the bell in good order. I remember that. His voice was steady, but it had a weight now. Like every word cost something to pull from his chest. One night they came. Ghouls. And not mindless ones either. These were ordered, controlled. There was a man with them. Wore no shirt, skin carved in languages I didn't know then. He spoke and they moved. Tore through the town like it was paper. He paused. The lantern hissed. We fled to the basement of the chapel. They killed my parents first. My brothers next. The rubble left me buried and I stayed silent. Stayed there 2 nights wrapped in a quilt, drinking mildew water off stone, listening. Jennifer didn't interrupt. The 3rd day, someone came. He leaned back, eyes distant now. Not here, somewhere darker. John. That was his name, just John. He came alone. Long coat, revolver like thunder, scars down his neck. He didn't ask questions. Just ended it. Cleansed the town like he'd been told to. A long silence followed. He found me curled up with a Bible in my lap. The only one in our town. Didn't even know how to read yet. Jennifer sat down at the edge of the bed, not touching him, just close. I think he was gonna leave me there. Thought I was too young, too broken. But something told him otherwise.
God?
She asked softly. Elijah nodded. That's what he said. This one is mine. That's what the voice told him.
And he raised you?
Trained me. High up in the pines, miles from the next soul. He taught me to shoot before I could read. Taught me to survive, to listen. Not for people, never for people. For signs. For wrongness. For when the air goes still and the trees forget how to move. Jennifer tilted her head.
You ever wish he hadn't?
Elijah looked at her, eyes like stone but tired. Every day. Another silence stretched. This one wasn't heavy, just honest. She reached out, placed her hand on his, careful not to touch the ring. He didn't pull away.
You've never told anyone that before, have you?
He shook his head. Didn't see the point.
You don't think it matters?
Well, it sure as hell don't change nothing. She studied his face for a long moment, then said,
It changes this. You and me.
Elijah looked down at her hands. I don't want you in danger. You get close to me, and you might not make it out.
When has life after the sundering ever been about safety? All anyone has known for generations now is pain, is suffering. I'm not even sure if your God exists, and if he does, so far I'm convinced he's a maniac.
He looked at her, really looked. And for the first time in a long while, Elijah Mandrake had nothing to say. They sat like that until the lantern burned out. The room was dark, the air heavy with sleep and lantern smoke. Jennifer's breath had slowed, long and even. Elijah waited until it held the rhythm of real rest. Not pretending, not hovering near wakefulness, just sleep. The kind you get when your guard's down, when you trust who's nearby. He slid his hand from her slowly, careful not to stir her, rose from the bed without a sound. He strapped on the chain of Golgotha, slid the psalm blade into its sheath. Saintbreaker sat like judgment at his side. The ring of flame hummed low against his skin. Not searing, but awake, alert. He looked at her one last time before slipping out. She'd curled toward where he'd been, still wrapped in half sleep in the quiet trust they didn't dare name. He closed the door behind him. The carnival was asleep in pieces. Some tents were still lit, flickering red and yellow, canvas pulsing like old lungs. Others had gone dim. Music had long since died, but the air hadn't lost its charge. Elijah moved without drawing notice. The grounds had quieted, but they hadn't emptied. Somewhere behind a curtain, someone whispered a joke. Laughter followed. Too long, too sharp, then silence. He found the trail not by tracks, but by signs. Bones too clean near the fire pits, scratch marks on the bark of a tree just outside the main grounds, and flies swarming a tent that stank of wet copper and honey. He waited, watched. Midnight came, and with it the three. They walked without hurry, Miss Lacey still wearing her long shawl, tattoos shifting faintly beneath her skin as if dreaming. Grinner trailed behind, his limp more pronounced now, one leg dragging oddly. Solomon was shirtless, his back a map of scars and muscle, and his eyes distant like he was listening to something no one else could hear. They disappeared behind a striped black and gold curtain at the edge of the carnival. Elijah waited 5 minutes, then moved. The tent was sealed, but the side slouched slightly, age rope straining. He cut a slit near the back with the saw blade, slow and silent, and slid inside. Inside was a different world. The center was a crude table of old wood, notched and bloodstained. Around it, bone stools, skin lanterns, silverware made from jawbones. The walls were draped in something that wasn't quite fabric, a stretched hide etched with runes. On the table, raw meat glistening in the light of a suspended candle, wine so dark it looked black, and a pile of old bones scraped clean. Some human, some not. Grinner was already eating. No utensils. His jaw yawned wider than it should have, teeth too many for one mouth. He crunched through a thigh bone with casual effort, like chewing on brittle wood. Miss Lacey sipped from a silver goblet, her lips stained. Her tattoos rippled, spreading like oil in her glass. Faces, eyes, snakes. One slithered up her throat and blinked at Solomon. Solomon sat quietly, drinking nothing, eyes shut. Elijah didn't announce himself. He stepped into the center of the tent and fired once, the bullet ripping Grinner's shoulder apart in a burst of black ichor and splintered bone. The room exploded into movement. Grinner howled, voice shattering into chords. His jaw dislocated and then unhinged entirely, splitting down the middle like a snake shedding its skin. 2 tongues lashed out. Miss Lacey dropped the goblet. Her tattoos surged, crawling over her face, her hands, forming blades, fangs, claws. She screamed, and the sound warped the air. Solomon rose slow, like the ground didn't want him to. His spine cracked as it stretched. His skin bulged, fur tearing through. Muscles thickened grotesquely. Fingers became claws. His mouth opened and he howled. Elijah didn't flinch. He drew the psalm blade, spinning it once before catching Lacey's strike. Her arm was a spear now, ink and bone. He ducked, cut her across the ribs, and her tattoos hissed, recoiling. Grinner lunged from the side. Elijah rolled, but teeth caught his throat, tore it, bit flesh. He drove the knife into Grinner's neck and twisted hard. Smoke poured from the wound. Solomon charged. Elijah barely had time to throw the chain. It wrapped once around the beast's arm and held. Solomon roared. The chain sizzled against his skin, burning through glamour and through falsehood. What was left underneath was worse. A beast with no clear shape. All muscle, hunger, and rage. Elijah yanked the chain and pulled Solomon off balance, used the moment to hurl Grinner into the side of the tent. The cook's head struck the post with a wet crunch. Lacey came again, this time with wings of ink, her feet floating off the ground, tattoos screaming. Elijah muttered something in the old tongue. The psalm blade lit cold, and he slashed up, catching her across the gut. She shrieked. Then Solomon was on him, fists like sledgehammers. One caught Elijah in the ribs. Something cracked. He hit the ground hard and rolled. The breath had gone from him. Solomon moved in, claws ready. Elijah grabbed the fingerbone of St. Merciful and clutched it hard. The beast hesitated. Elijah rose, coughing blood. He moved, bladed to Solomon's thigh, deep and clean. The beast screamed. Grinner staggered up, jaw bent sideways, eyes full of hatred. Elijah caught him with the chain next, wrapped it around his neck, and whispered scripture into his ear. Grinner's skin peeled. The glamour dropped. What was left was no man, but a husk of gluttony and rot. Elijah drove the psalm blade through both jaws at once. Grinner went still. Lacey hovered above now, bleeding ink and hissing. Her tattoos wriggled like worms under her skin, peeling loose to form clawed wings, serpents, and writhing runes. They moved too fast to track, flickering over her like shadows that didn't obey the lantern light. She grinned wide, her mouth filled with jagged teeth that hadn't been there a second ago. Elijah didn't flinch. He rolled sideways over the gore-stick floor, grabbed Saint Breaker where it had fallen near Grinner's carcass. His fingers moved on instinct, broke open the chamber, slid a single round home and snapped it shut. The sound echoed like a verdict. Lacey dove, wings of ink lashing behind her, mouth screaming a word Elijah didn't know. One not meant for mortal tongues. Elijah fired. One shot clean. The bullet caught her center mass. The scream cut off midair. Her body jerked. And for a breathless moment, the tattoos seemed to come alive in protest, squirming off her skin, unraveling like threads in a burning cloth. Then she dropped, hard, twisted on the floor like a broken marionette. Ink pooled around her. Elijah didn't bother to watch her die. He turned to Solomon, still breathing barely. The beast twitched, limbs spasming, eyes unfocused. Elijah walked over slowly, blood dripping from his lip. He raised Saintbreaker, and he pulled the trigger again. Click. Empty. He holstered the gun, drew the saw blade, and knelt. And with one clean stroke, he ended it. And unbeknownst to him, the ringmaster watched. From the ridgeline beyond the trees, a tall figure stood perfectly still, silhouetted against the low moon, a silver outline at the edge of fire and dark. His name was Jubilee. He did not breathe heavy from the climb. He did not blink as Elijah slaughtered the last of his troop. He merely smiled. The kind of smile men give at auctions or executions. Appreciative. Appraising. The kind that says yes. That one. He'll do. The wind tugged at his white coat, stitched subtly with red thread. His bone-white cane tapped once against a rock, and he turned, descending the hill with the easy grace of a man who had never truly stumbled. Back in town, the Gilded Mare was quiet. Most of the regulars had gone to bed. The barkeep was wiping down glasses that didn't need wiping when the door creaked open. Jubilee stepped in like a man born to doorways. Tall, clean, immaculate white suit that caught the lantern light just enough to draw the eye, but not enough to alarm it. He smiled soft and warm, as though he were greeting an old friend. "Evening," he said, voice like aged bourbon. "A bit late, I know, but I was hoping for company. That girl, Jennifer, was it? Think she's still awake, barkeep?" The barkeep looked him over and hesitated. Something in him tugged sideways, but Jubilee's smile deepened just enough. "Paid double last time. I can again," he added, setting 2 silver coins on the counter. That did it. The barkeep gave a small nod. "Upstairs, last door on the left." Jennifer stirred at the sound of the latch turning. She sat up quickly, blanket falling off of one shoulder.
"Elijah?"
she murmured, voice hoarse from sleep. The figure in the doorway stepped in, and something twisted in her gut. It wasn't him. Too tall, too smooth, too still.
"Who the hell?"
she started, reaching for the knife she kept beneath the pillow. But he raised a hand, not fast, but gently, slowly, as though to calm a horse. "Shh," Jubilee said, and the sound of it scraped across her spine like sugar over rust. The room bent. The shadows deepened. Her legs stopped moving before her mind could tell them to. Her breath caught not from fear, but something more ancient. Primal. Unknowing. She reached again, slower this time, but it was too late. His smile vanished, and in its place came something vast and cold and utterly without mercy. He crossed the room in one step. Jennifer's scream never made it past his palm. When Elijah returned to the Gilded Mare, something was wrong. Not visibly, not loudly, but wrong. The lights felt dimmer, the walls tighter, the bar too empty. He moved through the saloon like a man following a scent only he could smell. Up the stairs, down the narrow hall, 3rd door from the end. He knocked once, out of habit more than hope. No answer. He opened it. The room was dark, sheets still rumpled, window cracked just slightly. The kind of half-lived-in look that said someone had been there and left in a hurry. But the air... He stopped and breathed. The stench wasn't strong, not to most noses, but Elijah's had known it before, far too many times. Burnt ozone, sulfur at the edge of sweetness, the faint static hum of air not quite right. A portal had opened here. Not some flashy spell or fairground illusion. Real magic. Infernal, violent, and exact. It always left the same calling card. Elijah stepped further in, knees bent slightly, hand near his coat but not drawn just yet. There'd be no fight here, the fight was already past. He touched the bed still warm. There, on the floor near the footpost, a smear of soot shaped like fingers dragged briefly across the wood. No signs of struggle, no blood, just absence. He stood there for a long time, unmoving, listening to something only he could hear. Then, slowly, deliberately, he sat on the edge of the bed, took off his hat and laid it beside him. The ring of flame pulsed once on his hand, hot and silent. He whispered to it, voice gravel rough. "Who took her?" It gave no answer, not in words, but the warmth shifted, directional, insistent, like a dog pulling at a lead. He closed his eyes, saw red cloth, heard music wrong and slow. The carnival. Elijah stood, tightened the strap on his coat, slid Saintbreaker into the holster with a sound like stone meeting steel. There would be blood, and it would not be his. The air bit colder now. Elijah moved through the outskirts of town like a shadow cast before judgment. Left Luther behind. No need to bring a witness. The carnival still stood, but it wasn't the thing he'd seen before. It wore the same face, red and white tents, garish banners, rust-choked rides. But everything about it felt wrong. The colors had bled. The ankles bent just slightly too far. Tents that once looked cheerful now loomed like waiting mouths. And the lights. They flickered with no rhythm, pulsing like a dying heartbeat. Too fast, then too slow. Every now and then, one would blink out entirely. He stepped onto the main thoroughfare. The music was gone, no calliope, no laughter, just the wind brushing canvas and the pressure. The air hung thick, every breath a burden, not to mention his cracked ribs. The ring of flame on his finger seared hotter with each step. Not unbearable, but close. A warning. A lock being tested. Elijah kept walking. No crowds now, no performers. Only the empty bones of pleasure, hollowed out by something far older. He passed the game stalls, now unmanned. Stuffed animals with glass eyes stared at him from shadowed shelves. The dolls looked too real, too alert. A few had mouths and moved, almost imperceptibly. The Ferris wheel turned once on its own, then stopped. Elijah didn't blink. He reached the central tent, the one that had never been opened before. Its entrance stood wide now, black beyond the red stripes. The canvas rippled as though there was no wind. Then came the voice. It didn't enter through his ears. It slid through the cracks in his soul. Smooth. Cold. "Oh, Elijah, come find her, if you're worthy." Elijah's jaw tightened. His hand hovered near Saintbreaker but did not draw. He didn't speak back, didn't curse or call out. Just stood there, listening as the voice curled through him like smoke through lungs. It chuckled low and distant. Then silence. And then the carnival lit up again. Not in yellow, not in white, but blood red. Every bulb along every wire surged with a hellish glow. Shadows danced too fast beneath the light. The tents pulsed like organs. The ring of flame burned white hot, and Elijah didn't flinch. He stepped toward the open mouth of the tent, ready. But the tent wasn't there before. At the far edge of the carnival, past the warped Ferris wheel and the hollow carousel, stood a striped monstrosity Elijah hadn't seen in daylight. Crimson and bone white. The canvas seemed to ripple even without wind. It breathed almost, a slow rhythmic pulse. The flap hung open, just enough to show darkness behind it. The air reeked, sulfur and old blood, sweet rot and the static burn of conjuring. Elijah didn't hesitate. He crossed the distance and stepped through. The noise of the carnival vanished behind him like a door slamming shut. Inside, silence. One light overhead. A single unnatural spotlight illuminated a trapdoor in the center of the black floor. No signs, no carvings, just old warped wood slick at the edges. Then came the voice. Not behind him, not ahead, but inside. "If you want her, man of God, come get her." No threat, no bluster, just a cruel, cold promise. Elijah stepped forward, opened the trapdoor, and a rush of heat rolled up to meet him. Beneath, stone steps spiraling downward. They gleamed wet in the light, slick with moisture, soot, and something thicker. Blood, maybe. He descended. The door closed above him with a loud thump. The stairs narrowed the deeper he went. The air grew thick and warm. Breathing became work. He kept one hand near Saintbreaker, the other gripped the psalm blade tight. The walls were pulsing. Not quite stone anymore, more like skin, veined and shivering. Elijah kept going, and he didn't look back. At the bottom of the stairs, open space. The cavern yawned wide, bigger than it should have been. A twisted amphitheater carved from living rock. Jagged stalactites dripped rust-colored ichor. Tattered banners hung like flayed skin, stitched with glyphs too ancient to name. The arena floor was packed dirt soaked with dried blood. Cracked bones lie on the edges in patterns too deliberate to be random. Elijah stepped into the light, alone. A low chuckle echoed from the dark. Jubilee's voice, everywhere and nowhere. "I made them myself, from the best I ever took." Elijah didn't respond. He just loosened the blade and waited. The ground began to tremble. It came fast, crawling on all fours, its limbs bent wrong, skin too tight like it had been shrunk onto the bones. No eyes, no mouth. Just a raw hole where its face should be, and all across its back, carnival tickets jammed in like scales. It screamed. No sound, not at first, just pressure like a nail through the temple. Then the noise hit. A shriek so sharp, Elijah staggered backwards, small blood spilling from his ears. He didn't wait any longer. He lunged low, drove the psalm blade into its throat with a hard upward motion. The creature jerked and spasmed and collapsed. Black ichor soaked the floor. He rolled his neck, wiped the blade. Blood ran from his nose. Elijah didn't have long before two beings dropped from the ceiling like meat falling from a hook. Twins, identical. Wrapped in garish rags sewn to their skin. Faces smooth bone, no eyes, no mouths. They moved in perfect sync, limbs cracking at wrong angles, laughing in reverse. Elijah reached for the chain of Golgotha. He let them flank him, then spun, loosing the chain in a wide arc. It struck one and wrapped tight. It sizzled, revealing the seams, the binding spot where they'd been stitched together bone to bone. He drew the saw blade. It hit true, lodging deep in the joint between them. The twins howled in tandem, sharp, screeching, disharmony. He fired once from the Saintbreaker point blank. The twins came apart like rotten fruit. Moments later, he heard a sound not far off, a low guttural growl. It would appear Elijah would be given no respite. The thing stepped from the far tunnel slowly, dragging one foot hunched and massive. This one had once been a man. Now, it was something else. Flesh distended, warped by too many prizes. A carousel horse jaw encasing its ribcage, glass marbles embedded in its spine, teddy bears fused to its arms, their mouths open in torn silent screams. Its hands were claws of broken game pieces and metal. It spoke as it moved.
One for praise be. She was given the prize.
Elijah aimed, fired. The bullet dug deep into the creature's chest, but it didn't stop. It charged. Elijah hit the ground hard, ribs screaming, blood in his mouth. He rolled, came up with the saw blade, but it caught him with the backhand that flung him 10 feet. He slammed into a pillar and the world tilted. The ring on his hand flared. His breath hitched. One bullet left in the chamber. The creature stumbled forward, still speaking.
Won it. God said I could. Please, let me.
Elijah fired. The round tore through the jaw of the carousel horse into whatever was left of the thing's heart. It stopped, then dropped. Elijah stayed down for a moment, breathing hard. Blood soaked his shirt. His coat was in tatters. But he got up. Because he had to. He moved through the far tunnel slowly, one hand pressed to his ribs. The corridor narrowed. Lanterns lined the walls, made from melted crucifixes, their waxy glow casting long, bending shadows. Each one seemed to weep something dark. Elijah limped forward. The silence was worse than the screams. At the far end a stair. This one rose, and at the top music. Off-key, sour, like a lullaby being strangled. He climbed one step at a time, every limb burning, the ring a cold coal now. At the top, the light flared red through the seams of the tent flap. Jubilee was waiting. Elijah didn't draw. Not yet. He stepped forward and parted the flap with his fingers. What lay beyond wasn't a tent. It was a cathedral of rot and theater stitched from bloodied velvet and illusion. The ceiling soared too high, lost in shadow and curling incense smoke. The walls breathed, pulsing in slow rhythm, like a throat preparing to sing or scream. Candles burned cold on wrought iron sconces. The color of flame was wrong, not yellow, not blue. A flickering that seemed to invert light instead of cast it. Elijah took this moment to reload Saintbreaker. The floor was a stage, wide and polished. Behind it, set against a lattice of dark wood and dripping gold cloth, Jennifer hung in chains. Upright, limp, her wrists stretched above her head, ankles bound in place. Her hair clung to her brow in sweat-dark strands. Her chest rose shallow and slow, alive but still. Elijah didn't speak. He just stepped inside. And Jubilee was there, standing before the altar like a host before communion. Gone was the mock ringmaster's coat and smiling disguise. All of it, all of his charm and silk, had melted away like wax over flame. Now he stood in his true shape, not monstrous in the obvious way, but in the kind that refused definition. He wore form like clothing, but it shimmered unfinished. Tall, shoulders too broad. His eyes were empty but endless, sockets aglow with coals that didn't cast heat. His suit had become a ceremonial robe made of stitched skin and choir linen, stained with rust-red script that rearranged itself as Elijah watched. The only thing unchanged was the bone-white cane he still held, and even that now throbbed with coiled power, like it had once been a scepter or a spine. He smiled, not the kind that welcomed, the kind that knew your name before you were born. I was beginning to wonder if you'd faltered, Jubilee said, voice low and smooth, every word placed with the precision of a needle through silk. I had wagers on whether you'd make it. She had more faith in you than I did. He glanced back at Jennifer, almost wistful. Elijah walked forward. Each boot step echoed too long. Let her down. Jubilee turned back and cocked his head. So few men are honest with their pain. You don't hide it. I admire that. Elijah's jaw tightened. I said, let her down. Jubilee smiled theatrically. You still think this is about her? Elijah, you were always the first act. She's just the curtain drop. The tent flickered, and just for a moment everything inside it, the altar, the chains, even the torches, appeared as stage props, flat painted wooden smoke. Then the illusion snapped back, more vivid than before. Elijah stopped 5 paces from the stage. His coat was torn, blood crusted along his ribs, his left hand trembled. But his eyes didn't waver. He looked at Jubilee. Truly looked. And something clicked. The ring on his finger began to glow, not in pain, but with something else. Recognition. He spoke quiet and low. You ain't a demon. Jubilee didn't answer. Elijah stepped closer. You're not a devil either. Another pace. You're a Saraphim. The smile faltered just slightly. Elijah's voice didn't rise. He didn't curse, he just asked, how? Jubilee stared for a moment. Then, as if struck by genuine emotion, he laughed, deep, real, and ancient. You ask how? Jubilee echoed, wiping at the corner of one eye where no tear fell. Not why. He descended the steps of the altar slowly, dragging the cane beside him like a tail. Oh, they never tell you what it costs, do they? That obedience ain't a virtue, it's a currency. One day you wake up, Elijah, and realize you've paid in full, and God ain't even listening. He walked past one of the support beams. His shadow moved ahead of him, but it didn't match. Do you know what they told us, Seraphim and angels, in the beginning? Sing. That was the only command. Before the war, before the fall, before the names, we were told to sing. And I have 6 wings and 4 faces, one of which is a lion. But I sang. loud and perfect, until the song stopped echoing, until the throne went quiet, until God stopped answering. And do you know what silence sounds like in heaven, Elijah? He leaned in, closer than he should have been. It sounds like abandonment. So you came down, built your tent, and learned to feed. I built a cathedral where people could forget. That's all they want. Forgetting, a little bit of joy, a chance to stop bleeding from inside. Bread, wine, laughter. A doll for the girl who screams in her sleep, a rabbit for another. It's not damnation, Elijah, it's mercy. It's theft. You're taking their souls. It's a trade, and they line up for it, Eli. They stood close now. The silence hung like iron. Do you know what you are? You're the final error in his plane, the itch and the tooth. The last man still chasing a god who's walked off stage. Elijah unholstered Saint Breaker with one slow, steady motion. He didn't raise it, not yet. You fell. That's your choice, but don't mistake it for wisdom. And don't mistake your pain for righteousness. Jubilee shot back. It stung Elijah more than he would like to admit. The silence stretched. Elijah looked at Jennifer. Her fingers twitched. A breath caught in her chest. He saw the bruise on her cheekbone, the dry blood at her mouth, the chain burns at her wrists. Then he looked back at Jubilee. You're done talking. He raised the revolver and fired. The crack of the gun punched the air, raw and final. The shot struck Jubilee's center mass, right where a heart would be if he had one. Light erupted from the wound. Not a gold, not white, but something in between, a light that didn't belong on Earth. Jubilee staggered back a half step. Just a half. Then he looked down at the hole in his chest, looked up and grinned. You think that hurts me? You still think this is a duel, son? Like I'm something you can kill. He opened his arms, and his body came undone. The suit melted away. The skin shimmered, peeled, and dropped like candle wax. Wings burst from his back. And with the feathers, banners of ruined scripture, some still smoldering at the edges. His body was hollow, like a living wound, with too many eyes blinking shut along his ribs. His face was split down the middle by a second mouth, whispering something in reverse Latin. The blade he held reformed in his hand, a weapon now, part cane, part crescent scythe, humming with a note too low to hear, but Elijah could feel it in his teeth. Jubilee stepped forward. You're bleeding already. I can smell it. Not just your body, Elijah, but in your faith. Elijah holstered Saintbreaker, drew the psalm blade with one smooth motion. Jubilee came first. The blade hit like a guillotine. Elijah caught it on the flat of his sword and dropped low. The tent pulsed. The lights flickered to black, then flared red. The world narrowed to a circle of violence and breath. They fought. Steel against something that only looked like it. Elijah struck low. Jubilee blocked. He spun, wings whipping like razors. One tore across Elijah's shoulder, splitting coat and skin alike. Blood-soaked fabric. Elijah grunted but didn't fall. You thought if you were good enough, you'd stop losing people. Elijah didn't answer. He moved in fast, drove the sawn blade towards Jubilee's flank, missed by inches. "Your father prayed every night, Elijah. Where was your God when ghouls came through the town? When they killed Mommy and Daddy and your brothers?" Elijah ducked a wing blade and cut along Jubilee's thigh. Sparks flew and light leaked. "You think I lie, but I saw it. I was actually there, Elijah." He struck Elijah across the chest full force. The sound was like a bell tolling. Elijah crashed back into the tent pole. His lungs emptied. He spat blood and came up again. Jubilee laughed. "Elijah Mandrake, the last holy killer. You think of yourself as God's weapon. Tell me, do you think they'd be proud of you? All those corpses you've left in your wake, all those graves marked and unmarked, the ones you killed and the ones you couldn't save?" Elijah lunged, drove forward with the scream caught in his throat. He met Jubilee in the center of the arena. Their blades locked. "You don't even know if God's still listening, and worse, you're afraid he is." Elijah roared, headbutted him. The impact sent both stumbling. Blood ran down Elijah's forehead. His ribs ached. Jubilee growled, more animal now than angel. "You never learned the lesson. God doesn't save. He watches." Then he charged. Elijah barely had time to brace. Jubilee slammed into him with the weight of something twice his size and none of the humanity. They went down hard, skidding across the broken floor, past ruined candles and torn banners. Jubilee's claws dug for Elijah's throat, but Elijah twisted, slammed his elbow into the Seraphim's cheek, and then threw him off with a grunt. Both scrambled to their feet. Jubilee moved first, faster now, with none of the showman's poise. He leapt high, wings folding, then snapped open again in midair like a striking hawk. He came down with his scythe blade arcing for Elijah's head. Elijah rolled, barely missing the edge, and brought the sawn blade up in a brutal uppercut. The blade connected with Jubilee's wing. There was a screech of tearing flesh and scripture as one of the burnt feathers was severed at the root. Black light bled from the wound. Jubilee roared. "You're just a butcher with a Bible," he spat, turning his spin into a kick that caught Elijah in the side. The impact launched him across the tent, crashing into a support beam that splintered with the force. Elijah coughed, tasted copper, then forced himself back to his feet. His left side screamed with every breath, but he didn't break the stance. "You still believe," Jubilee said, advancing, dragging his weapon behind him in a lazy arc that carved glowing gashes into the dirt. "Somewhere in that thick skull, you still think there's meaning in this. In you." He struck again. Elijah blocked. Steel rang against whatever hell-forged alloy Jubilee's blade was made from. Sparks flew. They exchanged a flurry of blows, quick, vicious, and ugly. A hook from Elijah broke one of Jubilee's many teeth. A counterswipe tore a gash down Elijah's back. Neither gave ground. Elijah caught a moment, ducked beneath a wide swing, and buried his shoulder into Jubilee's gut, lifting him off his feet. He drove the angelic monster backward in one of the cracked altar stones. It shattered. They collapsed in the wreckage. Jubilee was first to recover. His wings twisted inward and slammed into Elijah like fists, battering him down. He grabbed Elijah by the throat and began to squeeze, fingers burning with celestial heat. "You die here. You die knowing nothing you did mattered, just like your father." Elijah's vision narrowed. The heat was blistering. but his hand slid behind his back toward the chain. Jubilee's grip tightened. Elijah's fingers found steel. He surged forward and bit down hard on Jubilee's cheek. The Seraphim screamed, loosed his grip for half a second, and that was enough. Elijah tore free, blood slicking his jaw, and slammed the pommel of the psalm blade into Jubilee's temple. The seraph staggered. Elijah kicked him square in the chest, knocking him flat. They were both a mess now, bloodied, staggering, and panting, but Elijah was still standing. Jubilee rose slowly, laughing through broken teeth. You ain't holy, Elijah. You're just stubborn. I'm close enough, Elijah rasped. Elijah dropped to a knee, blood in his mouth, pain everywhere. His vision swam, but his hand found something else. The chain still. The chain of Golgotha. He gripped it and waited. Jubilee raised his weapon for the killing blow. Elijah rolled and lashed out. The chain snapped out like a whip and wrapped around Jubilee's forearm. The seraph screamed. The air lit with holy fire as the chain burned its way into his skin, carving ancient language and script Elijah didn't even understand. Jubilee's true name, revealed and seared in smoke. Jubilee buckled. Elijah dragged himself up, teeth clenched, saint breaker in one hand, chain in the other. The seraph flailed, wings shattering the tent supports. The canvas began to fall inward like a collapsing lung. You think this redeems ya? Jubilee hissed. His eyes were blazing now, pure white fire and loss. This doesn't make you a savior, just another weapon no one asked for. I don't need to be a savior, Elijah said. He let go of the chain. He drew the psalm blade. I just need you dead. Jubilee tried to rise, but the name kept burning. Jennifer stirred on the altar, her fingers flexed, her lips moved barely audible. She called out Elijah's name. He looked at her, long enough to see that she was alive. Then he stepped back toward the Seraphim. Jubilee coughed light. You think he spared you out of love? He spared you to watch. You're not a chosen son. You're a test case. Elijah stood above him. The psalm blade gleamed with divine light choked in blood. Jubilee's wings spasmed. You don't even know if there's anything waiting at the end. You don't know if the light ever comes. Elijah knelt, pressed a hand to Jubilee's chest. Then I'll walk into the dark anyway. And Elijah drove the blade in, deep, through bone and through spirit. As it sank, Elijah whispered the words, Oh, how you are fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn. How you are cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low. Jubilee arched and screamed, a sound that didn't belong in this world. Not in any world. It was like heaven itself exhaling a name it had tried to forget. Light burst from his mouth, his eyes, the hollow beneath his ribs. The wings cracked. The flames turned inward. The markings on the chain pulsed once, twice, and then Jubilee died screaming. The body burned from the inside out, then imploded in silence. The light went out all at once. Jubilee's scream still echoed in the marrow of Elijah's bones, but there was no time to dwell in the silence it left behind. The cathedral of ruin that had masqueraded as a tent began to come apart the moment the seraph died, not torn by fire or wind, but folding inward. The seams in the red velvet walls came undone. One moment there was a ceiling overhead. The next there was only sky. And beneath that unraveling sky, Jennifer hung limp in her chains. Elijah staggered to her, knees weak, lungs raw. His coat was a ragged thing now, the color of old blood, and one eye swelled half shut. But his hands were steady as he unclasped the iron from her wrists. She stirred as he caught her. A breath, a shiver. Her body leaned into his, and she murmured something against his chest he couldn't quite catch. That was enough. She was alive. The air was thick with the smell of burnt copper and holy ash, like an altar too long neglected, reignited in one terrible blaze. Elijah didn't look back. He lifted her into his arms. His legs groaned in protest, but he carried her all the same. Behind them, the rest of the carnival collapsed without sound. One last breath, then nothing. By the time they crossed the charred threshold, there was no sign it had ever stood. Just a scorched ring of grass in the earth, and the lingering taste of something ancient, evil, undone at last. They walked. Back toward town, back toward the Gilded Mare. Elijah limped, every step a sermon of pain. Jennifer leaned into him as her strength returned by slow degrees, one breath at a time. Their shadows stretched ahead of them in the faintest glow of the coming dawn. The ring on Elijah's finger had cooled. The metal felt inert, weightless for the first time in months, like it had finally said all it needed to say. Jennifer broke the silence with a whisper.
Is it over?
Elijah didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed on the road. His breath was a rasp. Yeah, it's over. The words came low, hoarse, but honest. Elijah wondered if he would be given more than just a moment's rest this time. They walked in silence for a while after that. Jennifer's fingers trembled slightly in his. The town looked different. Not in any obvious way, just quiet. A little girl stepped out from behind a barrel as they passed. Her nightgown was wrinkled, her eyes heavy. In her arms, she held a toy rabbit. She looked up at Elijah and Jennifer, blinked slowly, and then looked down at her carnival prize. She dropped it. It hit the ground with a thud that sounded hollow. Final. The girl rubbed her eyes and wandered back inside without a word. Elijah looked down at the doll. The ring did not burn. The toy just lay there empty. The weight of exhaustion hit him all at once. In his bones, in his soul. But Jennifer's fingers found his again, gently, and squeezed. They walked on. They reached the Gilded Mare just as the sky began to shift. That cold, gray lull before the light broke through sunrise. The kind of morning meant for aftermath. The inn stood quiet in the hush of it, stripped of its glamour. No soft music, no perfume in the halls. No flicker of candlelight pretending warmth. Just wood, worn floors, and silence. Real silence. Elijah opened the door to his room and stepped inside. Jennifer followed without needing to be asked. She helped him out of what was left of his coat. The fabric was stiff with blood and soot. She folded it once and laid it over the back of her chair, her fingers tracing the burn marks along the collar. Then she turned and looked him over. Really looked. His tunic was half split, the front dark with dried blood, the seams torn from shoulder to waist. He didn't say a word, just stood there, eyes empty, chest rising slow. She didn't ask if he was all right. Instead, she went to the stove and began feeding kindling into the burner beneath the copper wash basin. The metal hissed. Water began to warm. When she returned, she helped him strip what was left of his shirt. Her fingers were careful in practice. She peeled the cloth away from raw wounds, bruised ribs, and flesh scored by scars, claws, and heat. He didn't flinch, but he didn't meet her eyes either.
The bath first,
She said quietly.
before anything closes wrong.
He gave a nod. She brought the basin over, now steaming, and stepped in without hesitation. Sank down to his knees, arms braced on the edge, face half shadowed in the rising steam. Jennifer knelt beside him with a cloth, dipped it, wiped gently along his shoulders, where the skin was blistered in patches from fire and magic both. She said nothing. Let the steam do the talking. After a long moment, Elijah broke the silence. I was 5 when God put a gun in my hand. Jennifer kept cleaning. She didn't look at him, but he knew she was listening. Couldn't read yet. Didn't know my own last name. But I could shoot a melon clean off a fence post from 20 feet by the end of that week. John said it had to be that way. Said there wasn't time for childhood. Jennifer dipped the cloth again, drew it gently across his collarbone. I trained every day, break of dawn to dark, rites, scriptures, shooting drills, how to spot a possessed man by the way he holds his jaw, how to bury someone in holy ground even when there ain't none left. He paused. Steam coiled up around his neck. His eyes stayed down. When you break enough bones, they stop healing straight. That's why my shoulder sticks. Broke it on a Wendish rockhound when I was 13. John had me throwing knives with my left hand for a month after. Said the time would come in a fight that I'd lose it. Jennifer's hand slowed just for a moment. He was hard, but not cruel. He was preparing me. I fought things that you couldn't even imagine, that John himself couldn't imagine exists. I mean, a fucking Saraphim. Unbelievable. Jennifer rinsed the cloth, wringed it out, her voice soft.
For what?
Elijah looked at his hand, the ring on his finger. To carry this. She stopped moving, looked down at the ring. The metal, once molten with holy fire, it seemed, now sat cold and still, its glow gone dormant.
So the ring...
It ain't for love. Not that kind. He flexed his hand once, the joint stiff. When a man of the order lives long enough, and most don't, God offers him release. Not from service, but from solitude.
What does that mean?
It means if he's chosen, he's given a child. Not by blood, by fire. A successor. Someone to carry the burden. She was quiet. John was chosen. He didn't ask for it, didn't want it. But when the time came, when I was ready, the ring burned clean through his hand. Jennifer blinked. Burned the finger right off, bone and all. That's the sign. The ring has to take something. You don't pass the ring. It takes itself.
What happened to the finger?
Wrapped it in linen, burned and salted it that same day. It was later blessed by members of our order, then given to me as a relic. John, my trainer, and the closest thing I have to a father, is living the rest of his years with the others of our order high in the mountains. Jennifer didn't speak. The boy becomes the weapon. The man becomes the memory. The water was starting to cool. She helped him out of the basin and dried him carefully. The wounds were cleaner now, the blood thinned to pink. He sat on the edge of the bed while she stitched the worst of them. His side, his shoulder, cracked ribs, the gash just above his knee, his eyes swollen shut. Her hands were steady. She didn't flinch and neither did he. When it was done, she helped him into clean linen, then pulled the covers back and eased him into the bed. Then, she lay beside him. The ceiling above them was wooden slats and cracked plaster. The kind of ceiling you never noticed until everything else was quiet. She stared at it. The ring was cold on his finger. Silent. And for the first time in a long time, Elijah Mandrake silently hoped it would stay that way. He didn't say it aloud, but Jennifer knew. She closed her eyes, and so did he. Hey everybody, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, I want to thank you for listening. I love bringing these stories to life, and I've recently been writing a lot of my own. If you'd like to support the channel and what I do, and hear more of my own stories, please consider becoming a member, where I try to upload exclusive, ad-free stories every week. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody.